Hello, everyone. Just give me a sec. I gotta fulfill the redeems. There we are. I'm Metis Balaska, and welcome to the stream. So today we are going to continue, the unlimited blade work route in Fate's Stay Night. We are a decent ways into it, and now we might be coming across our first opponent. So let us get to the game. A nostalgic dream flitters through my mind, and then I wake. The bright morning light comes in through the window. It's chilly in my room, and my body feels it despite a blanket wrapped around me. I shake my head and change from my overall to my school uniform. It's a bit before 6 a.m. Sakura is probably up and making breakfast. I make my way out to the yard and take in the morning air. It's a good morning. Though I'm preoccupied by the thought of the three girls also staying here. I'd be hard pressed to call Fujini a girl. Anyway, now let me check walkthrough. We do have the ability to get a Saber point here. Sorry, I just need to be thorough because there's two endings to this route. And the Saber point and so is one of the deciding factors of whether you get the good route or not, the good ending or not. I do plan to get both endings on stream. We get a Saber point if we see how Saber is doing. Wait, did I lock myself into a bad ending? Darn it. I don't know what they mean by solo. Because apparently I am solo because as I went to the magic training, and yet apparently if I'm solo, it automatically takes me to a bad ending. Separation with Rin seems to automatically happen. I'm not sure what the solo flag's about. Well, that's different because I entered the Unlimited Blade Works earlier, therefore I should not have gotten solo. Yeah, because the solo flag's on the 4th day of the Fate route, which will take me into day 4. Well, we are going to see how Saber's doing. I might have to start this over. I have to go see what happened to Saber. Despite Saber's stoicism, she seemed sociable enough, so I think she ought to have handled Fujini and Sakura okay-ish. But still, I'm worried.
Saber, 起きてるよな。
Then there's only one place she can be. Sakura is in the living room, so Saber should be... Just as I thought, Saber is in the dojo.
シロ、どうしたのです。まだ起床には早いと思いますが。
いや、俺はこのぐらいが普通なんだ。飯の支度があるから。
そうなのですか。驚いた。随分と早起きなのですね、あなたは。
It must have been really unexpected for Saber to be surprised over something like that.
まあ、早起きの部類には入るかな。けど、おかしなことを気にするんだな。セイバー、俺が寝坊するタイプだと思ってたのか？
いえ、失言でした。タイガがまだ眠っていますし、エミヤの家の者は皆朝に弱いのだろうと早合点してしまった。
I mean, fair.
ああ、納得。藤姉の寝ぼすけっぷりは半端じゃないからな。
Yeah. And she's a restless sleeper too, come to think of it. It must have been hard for Sakura and Saber to get any shut-eye. Actually, let me take a look at that thing again. There may be a mistake. It may be a mistake. This is supposed to be a no self-healing tag, not a solo tag. Because it feels weird to me that like it would lock you into a bad ending just for not doing this right. That might be it. I'm assuming that's a mistake. It must have been hard for Sakura and Saber to get any shut-eye.
それより、おはよう、セイバー。昨日はよく眠れたか？
はい、十分に。昨日は戦闘もありませんでしたし、疲労は全くありません。
そりゃよかった。てっきり眠れていないのかと思ってさ。藤ね、寝相悪かっただろう。昨日は遅くまで騒いでいたようだし、あんまり騒がしいようだったら俺から行って部屋を別にさせるけど、どうする？
Given Saber's personality, I can't imagine she finds it entirely comfortable sharing space with Fujini.
その必要はありません。問題がない限り、タイガの提案を飲みたいと思います。
そうなのか？いや、そうしてもらえるとこっちも助かるんだけど。
You know, I feel like she is. I feel like she's a little more approachable now. There's a bit of warmth in her tone.
セイバー、藤姉のこと気に入ったのか？
ええ、タイガはいい人柄です。あれほど人に偽らず、人に騙されない人間は稀です。彼女が監督をしていたと聞いて、シローの素直さがとても納得できた。
喜んでいいのかどうか微妙な評価だな、それ。
褒めているのです。まだ短い時間ですが、彼女のことはよくわかりましたから。
Makes sense. I do think she's an open book like that. The real problem begins with whether what you read makes sense, but that's a different story.
それじゃあさくらとも仲良くできただろう。さくらは藤姉に輪をかけて毒がないからな。
それはそうなのですが、私には彼女を把握できません。敵意というほどではないのですが、まだ警戒されているという感があります。
じゃあさくらとはまだ話してないのか？
いえ、さくらとも和解しました。シローの言う通り、彼女も大河同様優しい人柄ですから。
なんだ、なら問題ないじゃないか。
I sigh in relief. Well, no, not to say I'm still not concerned about how that sounded more like negotiations than people getting along, but I'll shelve that for now. For now, all the problems in the Emiya household should be solved. Everyone digs in. This is the first time that the four of us are eating around the dining table. I can't help but feel that this is nice.
あれ、これ微妙に薄味だな。出汁変えたのか、さくら。はい、
セーバーさん、お味噌汁に慣れてないと思って。あんまりお味噌が濃いのもダメかなって。
そうですね。昨夜の味付けより今朝の方が美味しいと思う。ですがさくら、私も和風の食事には慣れていますから、そう気を使わず自由に調理してください。その方がお互いのためになる。
そうなんですか？わあ、ちゃんとお箸持ててる。びっくりしました。セーバーさんって器用なんですね。
Unlike me, I never could get the hang of chopsticks. They feel so awkward to me.
慣れていますから。ですが、正直に言うと箸は疲れます。フォークやナイフより優れた道具だとは思うのですが。
そうだね。セーバーちゃんはお箸よりナイフとフォークだよね。それ違う。かけるのはソースじゃなくて醤油。
なるほど。忠告感謝します。
よしよし。報酬として海苔を1枚いただきましょう。はい、白おかわり。
はい。食いすぎて二度寝するなよ。
先生、今日の朝練に参加されるなら少し控えた方がいいと思いますけど。大丈夫。これぐらい入れておかないとお昼まで持たないもの。そういうさくらちゃんだって朝練の後におにぎり食べてるじゃない。先生、知ってたんですか？無ふり。端っこでこそこそやってるから気になって観察してたのよ。ダメよ、いい年頃の女の子が朝2食なんて。悪魔はこっそりとある日テロリストのように体重計に舞い降りるんだから私の読みではさくらちゃんの今の体重はダメです先生。言ったらもうご飯作りに来ませんから。
The worst threat.
それに間食は時々だけです。いつもそんなことしてるわけじゃありません。
あれ、そうなのか？朝飯いつもいちご多く炊かれてたから、てっきりさくらが握り飯でも作ってるんだろうなって思ってたんだけど。
先輩も知ってたんですか？ダメ ダメさくらちゃん。シロね、そういう細かいことには妙に神経質なやつだから、きっと初めておやつを作った時から気づいてたわよ。
初めて？それって去年の夏のこと？
Ouch.
さくら、空中に埃でもあるのですか？そんなところで手を振って。さくら、空中に埃でもあるのですか？そんなところで手を振って。
Okay, that was the end of it. Breakfast proceeds like that. The morning is twice as noisy as usual. In the midst of
今
that,
朝未明に発見された被害者は50名を超え、現在は最寄りの救急病院で治療を受けており、
some disturbing news is on the TV.
信徒でまたガス漏れ？うわー、今度は50人だって。なになに？被害者には昨夜から連絡が取れず、何人かの家族は不審に思い会社に連絡、警備員に確認させたところ、社内に残っている社員はいなかったとのこと。夕方からみんなビルの中で倒れてたのに、どうして警備員が気がつかないかな。職務怠慢とかそういうレベルの話じゃないよね。
Fujini must have lost her appetite, and as she stops eating her third bowl of rice, Saber is watching the news with the grim expression. In that case, there's no doubt. I don't know what their motive is, but this is something done by a master. It's fortunate that there were no deaths like the other gas leak incidents, but
もう物騒だな。シロ、しばらく信徒でアルバイトするのは禁止だからね。貯金ならたくさんあるんだから、こんな時ぐらいゆっくりしなさい。
I appreciate that she's worried about me, but I can't reply. This is no time to be working anyway, but I won't be able to come home as often now that I'm at war. And so when I can't come home, I'll have to lie and say I'm working, and so I don't make Fujini and Sakura worry. I finish cleaning up and go to the front door. Fujini and Sakura already left for morning practice. Saber is trying to follow me again like yesterday, but I can't help. But I can't let her do that. But I can't let her do that today. The weekends are fine, but there's no way I can bring Saber to the school on a weekday.
Saber, 言っとくけど、ここまでだぞ。学校に行っている間はここにいてくれ。セイバーと一緒に学校に行ったら騒ぎが大きくなるし、何より目立つ。マスターは人目につくのは避けるべきなんだろ？
She must not be satisfied as she silently
だ
protests.
から大丈夫だって。人気があるところでは襲われないんだから、学校は安全だ。それにさ、身を守るだけなら俺一人でもなんとかなる。
Saber's eyebrow twitches. She must have an objection, and that about the fact that I can protect myself. No, you fucking can't.
一つ尋ねますが、それは白を一人で敵を倒せるという意味ですか？
I'm saying I cannot die to them for a certain amount of time.
まさか昼間なら一人でも危険を回避できるってことだ。人気のないところには近づかないし、日が落ちる前に帰ってくる。それならセイバーも納得がいくだろ。お前だって魔力を温存するために休んでなくちゃいけないんだから、無理してついてくることはない。
わかりました。マスターがそう言うのなら、私は信じざるを得ませんね。
She is seriously worried about my safety. I feel bad for turning her down.
悪い、セイバー。けど大丈夫だって。それにさ、俺の身に何かあったら、セイバーにも伝わるんだろ？もしそうなったら、駆けつけてくれればいいじゃないか。
いいえ、そうはいかないでしょう。私とシローのつながりは細い。マスターの危機が私に伝わるときは、シローの命そのものが危うくなっているときだ。そうなってから駆けつけても遅すぎる。
じゃあ、俺の方からセイバーを呼べばいいのか？
はい。シローが私を必要だと思えば、それはあなたのサーバントである私に伝わります。それでも間に合わないと判断したときは、レイジを使ってください。レイジのバックアップがあるのなら、空間を飛んで、シローの守りとなることができるでしょう。
Jump through space? Yeah, we did have that happen in the Fate route. When we were falling down the window. That's really close to true magic, I think. The right to absolute obedience, the command spell, is something that powerful?
わかった。できるだけそんな事態にならないように立ち回る。日が落ちるまでには帰ってくるから、セイバーは留守を守っていてくれ。
I wave her goodbye and put my hand on the door.
はい。どうか気をつけてください、シロー。あなたの学校は異常です。行動には細心の注意を。特にリンには出会わないように。
学校で遠坂が仕掛けてくるっていうのか？まさか、それこそありえないだろう。
She is truly a mage. The association's rule to not involve any innocent people is ingrained in her, and she seemed set on wearing the mask of a model student. I would think she would even greet me casually if we see each other at school.
そうだといいのですが、リンは人目を気にして判断を鈍らせるタイプではありません。それに、シロを敵視しているようですから。気をつけるに越したことはないでしょう。
はいはい。取り越し苦労だとは思うけど、気をつける。
And then as soon as we reach school, Rin just bashes us on the back of the head with a club. It's past 7 a.m. It's later than usual, and but I should make it on time without having to hurry. It's 7:40 a.m. I go through the gate with plenty of time as I make my way to the building. I'm overcome with a strange feeling and stop in place.
なんだ？別に何がおかしいってわけじゃないよな。
It's not like someone is watching me, nor is the view any different. If anything, it would be that it's muted. Like there's some sort of illusion going on. Everything, the students, the trees, even the school buildings all feel like they've lost their color.
気のせいかな。いろいろあって過敏になってるのかもしれない。
I close my eyes and rotate my shoulders. But even after taking a deep breath, that unknown and strange feeling doesn't disappear. I go up to the third floor and head to my classroom. Then I run into Tosaka. Since we do know each other now, I casually greet her. But Tosaka is frozen as if she saw a ghost.
遠坂？なんだよ。顔になんかついてるのか？
I wipe my cheek with my sleeve, with the sleeve of my uniform. Tosaka still doesn't reply. She looks away and goes back to her classroom. I'm confused. What was with that reaction? I don't think it's like her to ignore someone who greeted her. The strange feeling hits me once again once I enter the classroom. Someone might have brought in some snacks here, since I smell something slightly sweet.
別にいつも通りの教室だよな。
I greet the other boys and set up my seat. There's 10 more minutes until homeroom starts. I look around the classroom and notice a seat without a bag.
シンジのやつ、欠席か。
Come to think of it, he missed yesterday's practice too. Despite how he looks, Shinji is punctual and tries hard to follow the rules. It bothers me a bit that a guy like that has been absent for 2 days. It's lunchtime. I usually go to the student council room on the days that I make my own lunch. If I eat in the classroom, the guys will take my food and the girls will tease me.
なんだ一星、お前昼は食べないのか？
ああ、先ほど済ませた。今はともかく眠くてな。昼休みが終わる前に起こしてくれ。
Issei says and puts his head down on the table.
なんだ、徹夜でもしたのか？お山じゃ、11時には絶対就寝じゃなかったっけ？
そうなのだが、最近寝つきが良くない。いくら眠っても疲れが取れなくてな。おかげでここ数日は暇さえあれば眠っている。
ん？なんだそりゃ。暇さえあれば眠ってるんなら眠気なんてないだろう。
ああ、そうなのだがな。いくら眠っても疲れが取れないゆえ、疲れを取るために眠らざるを得ないのだ。
Technically, that's a misnomer. Sleeping too much can actually make you tired. If I remember correctly.
矛盾していると分かってはいるのだが、眠いものは仕方がない。
春にはまだ早いんだけどな、一星。
春眠暁を覚えずか。誠に耳が痛い。
Issei didn't even try to get up. Doesn't even try to get up. Nothing for it, I guess. It seems pretty bad, so I'll keep him company until break is over.
あれ？ああ、一星、誰か来たぞ。
知らん。生徒会は店じまいだと言ってやれ。
いや、そう言ってもいいんだが、やってきたのはくずき先生っぽいぞ。
それはまずい。
Issei slowly gets up and opens the door.
竜道、今朝の弓道部の件だが。
Kuzuki stops his words after seeing that I'm here. Suichiro Kuzuki is the homeroom teacher for Class 2A and also in charge of the student council. He is the strictest teacher of the school and regarded as unfriendly.
それじゃあ、うちにも帰ってないんですか？
そのようだ。おそらく刑事事件になるだろう。分かっているだろうが、むやみに話すことは避けるように。
それは分かっています。ですが、そうなるとマトはどうしたんですか？あいつが昨日会っていたと、弓道部の一年が言っていたじゃないですか。
それに関しても同じだ。的尾真司も無断欠席しており、家も留守だそうだ。妹である的尾さくらは 藤村先生の家に泊まっていたというし、事情は知らされていない。
Yeah, if Shinji's involved, you know it's bad. Because when is anything good when Shinji's involved? Issei and Kanzuki are talking about disturbing stuff. To summarize is that what I overheard. There is a student that has been missing since yesterday, and Shinji is the last person she was seen with.
邪魔をしたな。そういった事情もある。また下校時間が早まるだろう。
Kazuki just states his business and leaves.
まったく。なあ、エミヤ。お前、シンジを見なかったか？
What has he done this time?
いや、見てない。今朝は弓道場にも行かなかったし、あいつが休んでることはお前も知ってるだろ？
そうか。それならいいんだが。
Issei's face clouds over. Well, this sucks. It's not something I should poke my nose into, but it seems like this concerns the Kyoto Club. I'm sorry for Issei, but I should get some information out of him.
昨日から家に帰ってないとか言ってたけど、それって誰なんだ？いや、シンジのやつも捕まらないってのは分かったけど。
ん？そうだな。エミヤも部外者というわけではないし、知っておいてもいいだろう。
Yeah, I'm practically an honorary member of the student council at this point.
昨日の夜の話だ。弓道部の練習に出た娘が帰ってこないという連絡があったな。至急練習に参加した生徒たちに話を聞いたところ、行方不明になった生徒と最後に話していたのはシンジだと分かったのだ。
Shinji, huh?
ちょっと待った。シンジは昨日の練習にはいなかったぞ。それに、弓道部のみんなとはちゃんと校門で別れたんだが。
ああ、エミヤもいたらしいな。話はその後だ。忘れ物をした1年生が戻った時、シンジが道場の前にいたらしい。その時にな、シンジとそいつが口喧嘩をしてたそうなんだ。
I have a bad feeling. If there was someone still at the dojo, there could only be one person.
一斉、肝心な話をぼかすな。それで、昨日から行方不明になってる生徒ってのは誰なんだ？
うん。三辻彩子。弓道部の師匠だ。
Yeah, remember in the last route to around this time she got scared. I think this is related to that. This is what happened, and I think this was around the same time. This is around the same time in that route.
彼女は道場の鍵を職員室に戻した後、弓道場前で見かけられてから一向に行方が知れない。
Issei averts his gaze, as if it's hard to say. Classes are over. I don't know if it's because of the incident, but the club practices are canceled for today. The library seems to be closed as well, and the students who are done with their homework room class hurry home. There's an announcement telling students to go home unless they have some special reason. I'm the only one left in the 2C classroom. The other classrooms are probably the same, so I should hurry, or at least stop, or I'll be the only one stranded in this building. Let me ask around before that. I can't leave without doing anything after finding out that Mitsuzuri's gone missing. She's strong and has more arm muscle than some guys. It's a big deal if she's gone missing, and most of all, I can't ignore her as her friend.
悪い、セイバー。少しやることができた。
I apologize to Saber and leave the classroom. I should go talk to people in Mitsuzuri, in Mitsuzuri's class 2A.
綾子ちゃんなら風邪でお休みしてますよ。
三綴りなら休みだ。弓道部員ならそれぐらい知っているだろう。
だから欠席だって。鬼のかく乱さ。あいつの無遅刻無欠席もここで終わりだよね。
Good lord. Like, it's okay to be like that. It's okay to be like that. If she's late, but if she's straight up absent, you should be at least a little concerned. That's all I could get from the girls getting ready to go home. It seems like everyone in Class 2A has been told that Mitsuzuri is absent due to illness.
邪魔したな。明日三綴が来たらこのことは黙っててくれ。
I wave goodbye and leave. If there's anything else, there's only the archery range left, but
誰もいないか。そうだよな。部活は休みなんだから。
the door to the range is shut tight. There doesn't seem to be anyone inside, so there's no reason to be here.
一斉に聞いてみるか。あれからなんか分かったかもしれないし。
It's been 3 hours since lunch. There's a possibility that Mitsuzuri has already been found and it turned out to be nothing at all. Man, I didn't think the student council room would be closed as well. There's rarely anybody at school, so it would be hard to ask any further.
とりあえず戻ろう。三綴のことなんだから、藤姉がなんか知ってるだろうし。
I grab my bag and go out into the hallway. The sky is tinted crimson. The sun is setting, and it should get dark in an hour or so. I get to the stairs on the 3rd floor. As I sling my bag to start to make my way back home, I hear a sound above my head. I look up. There. Hi! Tosak is standing firmly at the top of the stairs and is leading to the 4th floor.
あれ、トサカ、まだ残ってたのか?
She doesn't answer. First this morning and now this. I feel like her stink eye gets worse every time I see her.
なんだよ。話がないなら行くぞ、俺。
I raise my bag and show her I'm going home now. What now? The sign Tosaka gives is telling me she's had it up to here.
呆れた。サーバントを連れずに学校に来るなんて正気?
Oh right, fuck! She mutters in a voice without emotion.
正気かってそんなの当然だろ。だいたいセイバーは霊体化できないんだから学校に連れてこれるわけないじゃないか。
それなら学校なんて休みなさい。マスターがサーバント抜きでのこのこ歩いてるなんて殺してくださいって言ってるようなものよ。エミヤ君、自分がどれくらいおバカか分かってる?
I mean, if I did, I wouldn't be stupid now, would I?
おバカってそんなことあるか?
I've seen the bad endings of the Fate round, dude. You've died in some pretty stupid ways.
トサカこそバカなこと言うなよな。マスターは人目のあるところじゃ戦わないんだろ。なら日中、特に学校なんて問題外じゃないか。
ふん。じゃあ聞くけど、ここは人目のあるところかしら。
は？
What is she saying? I don't need to check to see if others can see.
あれ
Oh. Fuck. How did this... Conveniently, there's no one around. There's no one in the third floor hallway. I'm sure it's also the same for the fourth and second floor. The school building is bathed in the setting sun is completely still. At this rate, there must only be students or teachers on the first floor.
ようやく分かったみたいね。ほんと、朝は呆れたのを通り越して頭にきたわ。あれだけ教えてあげたのに、どうして自分からやられに来るのかって。
With a harsh tone of voice, Tosaka rolls up her left arm sleeve. Ah! Nice accessory! Where do I get one? What is a pale and slender arm? On that feminine arm, something like a glowing tattoo appears. It's not a command spell. Could that be... I don't have one, but is that a magic crest? The proof of a real mage family?
説明するまでもないわよね。これが私の家に伝わる魔術の結晶よ。ここに刻まれた魔術なら、私は魔力を通すだけで発動させることができる。
Well, nice having a chat with you, but I better be going now. Bye! Right. A magic crest is like an attached engine, separate from the magic circuit in a mage. There is no complicated incantation or procedure to follow. It is an ultimate shortcut mechanism that makes the car called Magecraft run just by turning it on. But consequently, the magic crest won't show up unless it is in use. A magic crest is like another magic circuit that is formed when the owner passes magical energy through it.
アーチャーは帰らせたわ。あなたぐらいこの刻印に刻まれた呪いで十分だもの。
Yeah, no, can't play with you now, right now. I'm just gonna go. Her voice is flat, almost mechanical. That makes me realize that she's serious.
もいいけど辛いだけよ。どうせ勝つのは私なんだから。
She says coldly. But my mind is all over the place. We're going to seriously fight here? Why here? Why now? Most importantly of all, why does it have to be against Tosaka?
待てトサカ、お前正気か。ここ学校だぞ。下手に騒げば誰がやってくるか分かったもんじゃ。
その時はその時よ。私ね、目の前のチャンスは逃さない主義なの。エミヤ君には悪いけど、ここで片付けさせてもらうわ。それに、今日みたいにフラフラされてたら、私の神経が持ちそうにないし。
だから待てって。だいたい俺はトサカと戦う気なんて。
あなたになくても私にはあるの。いいから覚悟なさい、シロ。
Tosaka makes a declaration of war and moves her arm. Just what kind of magic is that? The instant Tosaka points her left arm towards me, my vision is filled with light. It's about 4 steps if I leap toward the stairs heading to the second floor. If I'm to retreat back to the hallway, it'll also take me about 4 steps to get in Tosaka's blind spot. There's no time. I should... Oh, we're good. We're good. This is actually the fact that we have this shows that we're fine. And this is another bad ending spot, so I'll make a second save. So, what we need to do to not die is jump for the hallway. Just by instinct, I leap without looking. I use Tosaka's blind spot, the corner of the hallway as a shield, and jump sideways with all my might. I just barely slid into the hallway. I hear her click her tongue irritatingly, and something heavy hit the wall. I look behind me as I stand up. Hello. The wall that was behind me has something sizzling and smoking coming out of it. And to be more specific, there are 3 fist-sized burn marks on the wall. A projectile weapon. No, that is a curse that infects the target with illness. I think the Gondor shot that Tosaka was talking about is from the Northern European rune magecraft. It's an indirect curse. It's an indirect curse that can worsen the condition of a person by pointing at them. But that should be just a curse that makes people feel sick. It shouldn't be anything like physically striking something with a projectile. And yet Tosaka's Gondor is so packed full of magical energy it manifests like a bullet. Like, it doesn't just appear similar to a bullet, it strikes like one too. Wow, as expected of Tosaka. There's usually a limit to how much force one can use to turn a slow curse into an immediate curse. Her descending footsteps echo behind me. I regain my balance and take off at full speed. No time. I have no time. I have to get out of here. I can't do that. There's no cover. Tosaka's weapon is a projectile, so if I just run down the hallway, it'll just funnel the shot that's right into my back. I think I'll disregard that request. Thank you very much. Tosaka leaks out from around the corner, and just in time, a hair ahead of her, I dive into the classroom beside me, room 2F. Gondor shots fill the hall. It seems like Tosaka fired the moment she cleared the staircase. I urgently look around the classroom. I need protection. Is there a shield or clothes or bulletproof vest that would protect me even if I got a shot? Even if I got shot? I don't think that you're gonna find the ladder. Or the first one. Tosaka's footsteps stop at the entrance of the classroom. I'm sure she saw me run in here. Maybe she's wary of a counterattack, so she froze just outside. I run. As I dart from one side of the classroom to the other, sprinting toward the exit up front, a hail of bullets mercilessly fly through the air. God, she's shooting like crazy. The bullets penetrate the wall, shooting rapidly inside the classroom. If I hesitated for a moment longer, I had been hit at center mass. Rin Tosaka springs into the classroom. There are about 4 meters between us as we stand at both entrances in the front and back of the classroom. We glare at each other, but I have to. I jump out into the hallway. Escaping through the classroom is not an option. At this point, I can only sprint towards the stairs. Man, she really is merciless. I think I scraped my temple. I think it scraped my temple just now. My side too. Jackass. No, thank you. Bullets fly through the air, and just why does it sound like and even more like actual bullets now? Yeah, it's my magic clock. The gunshots echo even louder, but in the nick of time, I barely make it to the stairs by the 2A classroom. Bye! I run down the stairs. Making it this far brings me closer to victory. I reach the landing to the second story. If I can get to the first door, even Tosaka won't go through the trouble of following me. I'm speechless. Tosaka took a shortcut by jumping over the stairway handrail. By which I mean, in order to get down to the first floor from these stairs, I now have Tosaka barring my way in front of me. She smiles confidently. Oh, now she's definitely going to kill us. Yeah, I think I can see a vein pop on her forehead. She's just like, now I'm really gonna fucking kill you. It's scary how I'm getting used to this. The instant I realize it's coming, my legs send me jumping sideways as I hear the sound of bullets hitting the wall. I flee in the opposite direction. The good news is I'm down to the second floor hallway. If I'm able to make good time, I can get to the first floor, where I'm sure even Tosaka won't. This is not a good working relationship!
そっちこそ往生際が悪い。命までは取らないんだからおとなしくしなさいよね。
I don't know if it's because she's seriously serious or because she's just lost from the goose chase I've given her. But if Tosaka's shots get any louder, someone's gonna have the cops come on us for sure. Someone's gonna call the cops on us for sure. With the power increase, comes the bigger bullets too. The near misses from the so-called curse felt hot before, but now they're touching everything. But now they're torching everything in their path. One Gondor just faintly scrapes my leg. My speed drops immediately. The instant I know she'll catch up to me before I make it to the stairs, I fling myself into the nearest classroom. Inside, I make for a window. So now, I should be able to manage a jump out from the second-story window. I'll get shot if I go back into the hole, so this looks like the better choice. Oh boy. I hear Tosaka's voice in the hallway. Something like a thin membrane envelops the classroom. The moment I realize that it is a bounded field with some sort of soundproofing effect, I know exactly what she's going to do. Ah! I dive toward the wall by the windows. I feel a strong magecraft being activated. Quickly, I upend the deck and crouch behind it. This isn't like the Gondor she's fired up till now. I close my eyes and place my hand on the underside of the desk. She's making an incantation. Even though she has the help of her magic crest, Tosaka is chanting a spell. Will I make it? No, I have to make it. I skip all the stages of the process of creating a second set of nerves in my spine and pour as much magical energy as possible into the desk. Light and sound explode. It's an ordinary day after school, and this mundane everyday classroom is suddenly in a dance floor. The desk stands. The magical energy being released here is nothing like the pistol fire from before. This is more like a machine gun in terms of coverage and speed. I don't know exactly what effect this curve filled with magical energy has, but it's strong enough to be visible to the human eye. As it has mass, it destroys everything it touches. The desks that are lined up in the classroom go wild like a person set ablaze. My eardrums are already screwed from the sound of the dancing desks and the echoing bullets. A battlefield might actually be a more apt description. Despite that, there is not a single crack in the windows. It must be the power of the bounded field that Tosaka put up. Right now, this classroom is an enclosed space. Even if one can enter, they can't leave. The dozens of bullets fired in here are no exception, and even these loud sounds don't escape this room. Damn. Even when she looks like she is going apeshit, Tosaka is a calculating mage through and through. I put as much energy as I can produce into my makeshift shield. The desk is under the effect of strengthening, the one kind of magecraft I'm any good at, giving me a defense against this magical rain. But that's only for a brief moment. My strengthening can only endure 3 seconds from the rain of bullets. As a result, I redo the spell the instant it wears off, and have to repeat this for as long as my magical energy lasts. But she's got the infinite ammo cheat on. The rain does not stop. Maybe Tosaka knows what's going on in this classroom. She might still be attacking and she knows I'm still blocking her attacks like this. In that case, the rain should stop when... While focusing my energy on the desk, I slump my shoulders. Then let's compare our stamina. We'll just have to see who concedes first. It's like the match has already been decided. I feel like I got KO'd 15 seconds into the first round. I'm not wounded, and I've still got stamina to spare, but I'm stuck and I can't do anything if I run out of magical energy. I peek from behind the desk. And then just the beam of a sight appears on the forehead. The smoke filling the classroom makes everything hazy. I hear a clanging sound. My hand bumps into some kind of rod on the floor. Well, I guess it can be used as a makeshift weapon. The rod is about 20 centimeters long. I take cold and pour what remaining magical energy I can into it. I try a practice swing with the strengthened club. Well, things won't get better if I just sit here. I'll just be full of holes if she attacks again. Maybe I use too much magical energy as I can't even stand. And I can't even breathe in the smoke. Tosaka is experienced in fighting. She'll just corner me if I stay here. I'm sure she's waiting for me in the hallway, but I can't escape from the window because of that weird bounded field. I make up my mind as I go, and I make up my mind and go to the hallway. With the numbness of my feet still there, I push past the wreckage of desks, and I crawl forward and into the white smoke before me. Then beyond the scorched ruins... Hi! Tosaka is waiting for me, with her shoulders heaving. I glare at her and manage to pull myself up. Guess the numbness is temporary, and I can move my legs if I really try. Not that mobility will be enough. Tosaka is only winded from all the running around. She's got plenty of magical energy to spare. I've got no magical energy left. She's just a bit low on stamina. The moment we resume this battle, I'm gonna get shot down for sure. Rin Tosaka gloats over her victory. That pisses me off. Honestly, I know I have no chance in hell, but I can't help but feel insulted.
そんなのやってみなくちゃわからないだろう。肩で息してるくせに偉そうなこと言うな、バカ。
I point the leg of the chair at Tosaka as a sign that I'm gonna go down swinging.
そう。分かったわ。おとなしくするなら優しくしてあげようって思ったけど、そんなのはいらないおせっかいだったみたいね。ええ、だから初めに謝っておくわ、エミヤ君。
She grins. I wish she wouldn't make such an ominous smile.
謝るってなんでさ。というか、今さら謝られてもこの恨みは忘れないぞ。
ええ、私が謝るのはこれからのことよ、エミヤ君。だって下手に抵抗されたら手加減はできなくなるでしょ。手元が狂ってあなたを殺しちゃったらもう謝罪はできないじゃない。
Shit, she's serious. Not that she hasn't been serious up till now, but this seems like she's had her last breaker flipped. Now I realize I'm truly just a sitting duck, and earlier she was just getting her ducks in a row.
やっと分かってくれた？よかった。これだけ言ってまだぼんやりしたこと吐かれたら、それこそどうかしてたから、私。
どうかってどんなさ。
She glares at me. Okay. Something brainless like that. Yeah, got it.
これが最後の忠告よ。そのへんてこな武器を捨ててレイジを出しなさい。最悪腕の神経を剥がすことになるけど、命を取られるよりはいいでしょ。
Give up my command spells? Those aren't something I can afford to give, and most of all...
それはできない。
聞いておくけど、なんでよ。
レイジは渡せない。それは俺にセイバーを裏切れって言ってるのと変わらない。
そう。3秒あげるわ。自分の命だもの、自分で選びなさい。
Tosaka raises her left arm. I bet she'll find fire a Gondor the moment I refuse. Okay, let me check the thing. Okay, so... Yeah, this is a plus-minus point situation. I get a point, and I get a point if I say, "Can I admit defeat?" But I lose a point if I say, "Can I hand her my command spells?"
$3秒。エミヤ君、返事は？
We stare at each other. Did I just hear a scream coming from below?
まさか今の。
Yeah, I got a plus or M point here.
悲鳴だったわよね。
I immediately stand up and start running.
ちょっと場所は分かってるのエミヤ君。
知るか、下からってことしかわからなかった。
ちょっと待った、今結界を解くから。
I run down the stairs.
たら一人で先走ったら危ないわよ。
At least take the wooden sword I happen to pick up.
そんな場合か。さっきの姫、どう聞いても普通じゃなかったぞ。
分かってるわよ。だから危ないって言ってるんじゃない、バカ。
I go down to the first floor. At first glance, the hall looks empty. But then I spot a female student laying on the floor at the far end. No, the student is in a heap in front of the emergency exit.
よかった。気を失ってるだけか。
I run to the student and check if she's okay. If she is she a first year? She's unconscious, but I don't see any bleeding or wounds, and so she seems all right.
そんなわけないでしょ。こんなに顔を青くして中身が空っぽだってわからない。
中身が空っぽ。
魔力、もっと極端に言えば生命力よ。キャスターにやられた人と同じ。いいえ、あれよりもっとたちが悪い。この子、放っておいたら死ぬわ。
死ぬって傷一つないのにか。
外が無事でも中が空っぽなら動かなくなるのは当たり前でしょ。血が全然足りないのよ。待ってて、これぐらいなら手持ちの石でなんとか。
She rifles through her pockets. Thank God. It seems serious, but Tosaka seems to know how to cure her. She kneels over to treat the collapsed student. From her profile, she looks incredibly serious. She tends to the student, and sweat forms on her forehead. What is it? It's her expression. Her expression is so laser focused. It pains me just to look at it. It feels like it isn't the first time I've seen.
もう気が散る。エミヤ君、そこのドア閉めてくれる？風で髪が乱れるのよ。
ああ、あの非常口だな。
I look at the open door. Huh? Open? Come to think of it, we haven't even discovered why the girl collapsed in the first place. It's not like she did this on her own. Someone obviously attacked her. And it didn't even take us a minute to get here. So, if the culprit fled, it had to be out this door. Is it because I was looking in that direction? I can just make out something dark flying in our direction.
遠坂危ない。
Ow! I shield Tosaka with my right arm.
何よそれ。エミヤ君、腕に腐って。
I feel that line should have been delivered with a bit more oomph, if you know what I mean. A shadowy dagger has pierced right through my arm. We know what this means! Protruding from between my elbow and wrist, there's something that resembles a nail. No, it's far too large to be a nail. And whatever it is has completely skewered my forearm.
なんでそんな。ああ、今はそうじゃなくて、血がそんなに出てるのに、痛くないの？
痛い。とんでもなく痛い。
But it hurts so much that I can't panic. More importantly, it looks like the thing was aimed for and at Tosaka's head.
その子任せた。
I get ready to run. There's no time to wait for her response. With my left hand, I adjust the grip on the metal pipe I'd strengthened earlier, and fly out of the emergency exit. My right arm dangles as I run. Everything below the elbow is red from blood. Is it just bad luck? Is it just bad luck with the limbs for me today? Tosaka tells me to hand over one hand and with the command spells on it, and now my other hand is partially severed from the rest of me.
この辺りだ。間違いない。
I look around. Though I don't know who or what did this, I can feel them drawing me out. Whoever attacked that female student, whatever attacked Tosaka with that dagger is nearby. I haven't lost them yet. If I close my eyes, I can feel the dark magical energy moving.
弓道場の裏。雑木林か。
I jump over the fence and run across the mossy ground. Then, between the trees, concealed amongst the thicket, a familiar face takes one look at me and laughs.
シンジ。
I stop without thinking. Just what is he doing here? He's supposed to be missing. Wait, no. Mitsuzuri is the one that's missing. Shinji's the last one who saw her, and my injured arm throbs. The moment I'm about to fall forward, a nail-like dagger is thrust at my throat. I manage to dodge. Instead of going backward or sideways, I follow my stumbling body and roll forward to avoid the blow. My throat. It scraped my throat. My skin's cut. Even then, I'm lucky. If I had been any slower, it would have cut through the bone and sinew. I scramble up. In front of me, yay! Stands a smiling woman clothed in black.
サバと。
I don't even have to check. A concentration of magical energy far beyond that of a human. Not even Tosaka compares. I don't know what class she is, but her spiritual presence is greater than a human, without a doubt.
消えた。
The shadow vanishes from my vision. Instinctively, I feel death's swift approach. I desperately swing my weapon above my head. The rod is able to repel the navel coming at my head from above. I don't know if she's somehow related to a spider or something, but she's leaping and clinging to the trees like one. I run. It must have been an chance that I was able to block that. There's no way I'd be able to dodge another, and fleeing is out of the question. I make it to a nearby tree and put it to my back. That's one direction and that I should be safe from. Or so I have to believe if I have any chance at this.
あんだけ目立つ格好してるのにどうして
I don't see the servant in black anywhere. She might be jumping from branch to branch since she hasn't come down to the ground at all. Sweat rolls down my forehead. I can hear the sound of jangling chains. It's like the rattle of a snake ready to strike. Under the tree, I try my best to suppress the mirthless laughter. The sound of change echo through the woods. In this life and death situation, and where the attack could sure to kill me, my mind is blank. Where the next attack is sure to kill me, my mind is blank. I have no sense of time. The guillotine and just hangs in the air. That's what's strange. The battle should be over by now, but I'm still alive. How strange. Maybe that last attack killed me and my mind is now blank from wanting to believe that my fear of a surprise attack is actually a posthumous dream.
Saber.
I can't compete against a servant myself. Then I'll have to rely on her. Command spells. If I use command spells and call Saber, I should be able to get out of this predicament. But can I? I'm the one who got myself into this death trap. Then I should be the one to handle it. And most of all...
俺はまだできることをやっていない
That's right. I have a weapon in my hand, even and if it's a shoddy one. And I can still move. If the action is bad, if the location is bad, I can just move. I can call Saber after that.
霊樹を使わないのですね、あなたは。
The voice echoes. Above, so she was hiding up in a tree.
あいにく残りが少なくてな。こんなことで使ってたらこの先やってられないんだよ。
And well, to be honest, I don't really know how to use it either.
そう。私のマスターと違って勇敢なのですね、あなたは。
That's right, become my servant instead. Leave that prick and become my servant instead. I search for her exact location. Where is her voice coming from?
私もやり方を変えましょう。サーバントのいないマスターに本気は出せませんから。あなたは優しく殺してあげます。
The voice goes silent. Only the sound of chains echoes through the woods. She's coming. What I have to do is get out of these woods. But to do so, I have to block the servant and snail weapon multiple times. The fact that I only have the leg of a chair that I strengthened to defend myself is so pathetic that it's funny. If I at least... If only this thing was impressive like his blades, then I could not only block. Then I could not only block. But then I could not only block, but even counterattack. I don't have time to be thinking about what ifs. It's about 30 meters to get out of the woods. This isn't much compared to the chase I had with Tosaka. I run. I just ignore the hard sound of chains, and frantically and run frantically towards the exit. I repel the attack from above. Then I block the roundhouse kick from the servant that landed on the ground to my left. She's in front of me now. I think she's getting irritated from having her blows blocked, but I managed to deflect another onslaught. The servant in black retreats. It's just chance. Just like the first attack, blocking everything else has been because of fortunate happenstance. I can't even see the enemy. For someone like that to be able to survive, it is nothing but pure luck. But is it really that common? No, what if my assumptions were wrong in the first place? The first attack, a surprise attack to my head. Such attacks would be impossible for Shiromiya to dodge. There's no way that coincidence is lining up this much. The servant in black mutters to herself. A surprisingly beautiful, sensual voice, despite the irritation evident in it. I would thank you to give our queen respect. I swing at the servant standing in my way. The servant in black blocks my blow and jumps back, her hair flowing in her wake. There's nothing in my way now. The servant in black retreated. If I just keep going in just a few more meters like this.
そこまでです。あなたは初めから私に囚われているのですから。
My body falls. Rather, I'm being pulled backwards. My right arm hurts. Some unknown force is dragging me, my skewered arm back.
まだわかりませんか？あなたの腕に刺さったそれは私の杭だということに。
You know what? Hurts like hell, but I'm perfectly okay with this.
お前の杭。
That makes me realize, extending from her weapon, the grating sound of metal against metal, the sound of chains. I've been hearing them ever since leaving the doorway, and I reach out for my right arm with my left hand, but it's too late. Dragged by some invisible force, my arm flies up and out of reach. With no mercy to my agony, it lifts me into the air. The nail piercing my arm is attached to a chain. The chain extends up into the canopy, using a branch as a fulcrum, and leaving me strung up by it. The servant in black approaches. I can't run away or fight now that I'm suspended in the air. Oh no, that was this fucking idiot. I wouldn't say that. I say you are very. I say you are. I say you are like practically the best servant in this game. Step on me? I'm like a sacrifice. It's like I've been sent to the gallows in a western. The nail-like dagger is raised. The servant in black licks the tip of it.
そうですね。まずはその誤った目からいただきます。残った手足はその後に。
I mean, that does sound horrible, but you make it sound sexy as fuck. She makes a nimble jump and appears right before me, suspended 3 meters in the air. The nail is swung downwards. My body can still move. Okay, I do remember that. I do remember this is also a. This is also a bad end, and this is also a bad end and possibility. So 2 saves here. Actually, what am I doing? I should be saving over previous bad end saves. Okay, taking a look at the flowchart. Okay, so contrary to popular belief, contrary to what you might think, using the command spell leads to a bad end. The other two lead to a different, I don't know, the other two just move us along. But we'll get it. We get a different scene, and whether depending on whether we've to whether we've got the healing tag on. I'm gonna pull it out. Then if I pull out this nail stabbing my right arm, I throw away my weapon and reach towards the dagger in my right arm. I mean, with you, sure. Crap, I lost some frames. But to her, everything everything I do must be as slow as molasses. The servant in black thrusts her nail towards me to pierce my left hand as well. I desperately swing my body to avoid it, but it's no use. The servant mercilessly thrusts her nail towards me right before my eyes. She is shot from the side by numerous light bullets. I fall to the ground. The bullet cuts the chain, and I'm unceremoniously dropped on my ass. The servant in black turns around. She jumps to the tree and retreats like a beast.
ミヤ君、無事？
Hi! I'm okay! Just giving the thumbs up with a bleeding arm. As soon as Tosaka runs up to me, she takes my hand.
とにかく血止めしないと。エミヤ君、何か巻くもの持ってない？
ハンカチ発見。いつも桜が用意してくれてるんで、きっと清潔。
似た者同士か。けどないよりマシよ。私のタオルとそれでなんとか格好ぐらいはつけられる。
She takes my pulse while murmuring what sounds like a spell. It must be a styptic and a painkiller, since my right arm feels a bit better. Tosaka diligently puts the handkerchief on my wound and wraps my right arm in a towel. Seeing her profile again confirms it. Tosaka is a good person. And she is beautiful. Up until 3 days ago, she was just someone that I admired from afar and thought of as a model student. Now that I've had a chance to get to know her, she's definitely far from that pedestal, but the person beneath it at all is still worthy of admiration. My heart's throbbing. My pulse is racing. Tosaka is a good person. She's so close to me right now that we're about to touch. And she's so beautiful that I can't forgive her for everything, that I can forgive her for everything that's happened until now. I can't think straight. The horny's coming back.
よし。応急処置はこんなところね。それで、あいつ何だったの？追いついたらとんでもないことになってたから、とにかく援護してみたけど。
俺もわからない。ここまで追いかけてきて襲われた。
I concisely explain what happened. I decided not to say anything about seeing Shinji. It could have been in my imagination, and even if it was him, I have no proof that he's connected to with that servant.
そんな顔するな。正体はつかめなかったけど、ともかくあいつもサーバントだろう。なら俺たち以外にマスターがいたってことじゃないか。
そうね。学校に私たち以外のマスターがいるってことは知ってたけど、ようやく尻尾を出したってわけか。
Tosaka sighs. It seems like Tosaka has already realized about the third master a while ago. In that case, is that master the one that attacked the female student?
待った、トサカ。さっきの子はどうなった？
持ち直したわ。今は保健室で寝かせてあるから、もう大事はないと思う。
そうか。それはよかった。
I sigh with relief. Then that means that all pressing matters have been solved. So all that's left is...
何よ、人のことじーっと見て。言っとくけど、私はあんなことしないからね。
I don't know how she misunderstood. Tosaka sometimes makes some weird misunderstandings.
そんなの分かってる。トサカがあんな真似するもんか。俺が言ってるのはそうじゃなくて、さっきの続きだよ。どうするんだ？やるのか、やらないのか。
I can still go a few more rounds! Hearing that, Tosaka freezes. I wonder how long that lasted. Tosaka glares at me once, and then hangs her head in defeat. I mean, okay. But it sure is uncomfortable with you making a face like that so close to me.
どうするんだ？
やらない。 今日はここまでにする。なんだかしらけちゃったし、また借りができちゃったし。
She stands up and dusts her knees.
じゃあ行くわよ。辛いだろうけど、うちに着くまで我慢して。
Tosaka offers me a hand. I tilt my head and look into Tosaka's eyes.
だから私の家に行くわよって言ってるの。エミヤ君、自分じゃその傷治せないんだから。
Challenge accepted.
いや、それはそうだけど、なんで？
なんでも何もないわよ。その傷、治療しないと壊死しちゃうじゃない。それで動かなくなったりしたら、私の落ち度みたいじゃない。
No, wait. I don't get it at all. Tosaka's house is in the residential area on the other side of town. There are Western-style houses near the top of the residential area, but I've never been there. I know of the area, but I don't have any first-hand experience. It's basically unknown territory. Then, in this famous Western-style mansion at the top of the hill, the home of Tosaka, a maid with a prestigious lineage, I look up at the mansion, dumbfounded. Well, I'm used to seeing things like this because of Shinji's house, but this has its own aesthetic.
エミヤ君、玄関こっちだけど。
分かってる、分かってる。
I clear my throat and follow after Tosaka. Man, it's understandable to be wary of entering another master's home, but the real thing throwing me for a loop is the thought of it that it's Tosaka's place. So, this is the Tosaka household's living room, where Rin Tosaka spends her daily
それ
life.
じゃあ腕を見せて。
She gets straight to the point.
悪い、頼む。
I sit on the chair and put my right arm out. She takes out off the towel and that was wrapped around it. It feels like she's even closer than now than before. With Tosaka tending to my arm right in front of me, I can't help but notice how beautiful her black hair is, and it makes my heart beat faster.
あれ、おかしいな。傷口がさっきより小さくなってる。エミヤ君、自然治癒のまじないでもかけてるの？
いや、そんなことないぞ、断じて。
そうなの？その割には傷、もうほとんど塞がってるんだけど。
いや、だから別に綺麗だとかなんとか。って、今、なんて言った、トサが。
だから、傷はほとんど治ってるって言ったの。私がしたのは血止めだけだから、治ってるなんてことはないはずなんだけど。
そんなこと言われても知らないぞ、俺。
本当？前にもこんなことがあったけど、本当に心当たりないの？
待った。ますますわからない。前もあったって、どのくらい前のことだ？
前は前よ。エミヤ君、バーサーカーに襲われた後、背中にざっくり破片が刺さったでしょ。
Yeah, right, that.
あの後、私が手を加えなくても傷は治ってたし。まあ、あの時はあなた自身の魔術だと思ってたんだけど、そんな器用じゃないものね、あなた。
はいはい、不器用で悪かったな。けど、それってどういうことだ？俺、今までそんなことはなかったけど。
そうね。考えられるとしたら、 セイバーと契約したことが原因じゃないかな。エミヤ君とセイバーがどんな契約を結んだかは知らないけど、サーバントの中には契約者を不死にする者もいるっていうから。セイバー自身の自然治癒能力がそのままエミヤ君にも流れているのかもしれない。
Yeah, we know from the fate route that it's because of Avalon. Excalibur's sheath.
ならセイバーと契約している限りは怪我をしてもなんとかなるってことか。
まあそういうことになるけど、それは当てにしない方がいいわよ。結局あなたの傷を治してるのはセイバーってことになるんだから、セイバーの魔力を消費することになるし、何よりあなたのは傷を癒す力であって生を返すものじゃないわ。死んでしまえばそれまでなんだから、今回みたいな無茶は控えなさい。
While she says all this, before I even know it, she has finished her treatment and rebandaged my arm. And she taps my arm and stands.
さて、それじゃあお茶でも入れようか。エミヤ君、砂糖とミルクどっちがいい？
Why would you only have one in tea?
いや、どっちもいらないけど、トサカ、その前に教えてくれないか。
いいけど、何？
さっき言ってたことだよ。学校にもう一人マスターがいて、そいつが何かしてるって。
ああ、そのこと？そっか、エミヤ君じゃ結界には気づかないか。まあ簡潔に言うとね、学校には私とあなた以外にもう一人マスターがいて、さっきみたいなことを繰り返してるのよ。
The image of the collapsed student and the collapsed female student appears in my mind. She was pale, and she would have died if Tosaka didn't run over to
マ
her.
スターはマスターだけを狙うわけじゃないか。あの神父が言ってたことだけど、なんでそんなことをするんだ。
聖杯戦争に勝つためでしょう。サーバントは人の精神を食べれば食べるほど魔力を蓄えられる。学校にいるマスターはね、うちの生徒をみんな生贄にして自分のサーバントを強くしようって魂胆なんでしょう。
生徒を生贄にするって正気か、そいつ。
さあ、けど学校にはすでに結界が張られてる。まだ完成してないけど、一度発動すればあの敷地にいる人間はみんな衰弱死するでしょうね。まあそんなことは私が許さないけど。
Tosaka explained things in a straightforward manner. This must be something she has known for days. That's why she knew that she had to do what she had to do when went to school, even though she told me not to. And she knew it's dangerous to be there, but she still went to stop the master who set up the bounded field. I'm ashamed of myself. It's only natural that Tosaka got irritated seeing me come to school without any thought. I wasn't prepared for anything, and I was nonchalantly basking in my everyday life at school.
ちょっとどうしたのよ、さっきから落ち込んじゃって。私何か言っちゃった？
She looks at me worriedly. I bet she's making weird mental gymnastics again.
いや、そうじゃないんだ。ただ、お前には勝てないなってそう思った。
Well, that's just fucking natural. I feel like it's wrong for me to apologize, so I try my best to put my feelings into words.
なんだよ。今のは別にさっきのことじゃなくてだな。
分かってるわよ。それよりエミヤ君、とりあえず休戦しない？
Then, she made a surprise attack on me with a smile that makes my heart jump.
優先って俺と遠坂で？
そう。学校に潜むマスターはたちが悪いし、エミヤ君も敵に知られちゃったしね。私としてはあなたより先にあっちを片付けておきたいの。だからそれまで休戦して2人でさっきのマスターを探さない？
It takes me aback, but I should consider it carefully. No, don't overthink it. What Tosaka is saying is correct, and most of all, I can't ignore this master. First of all, I decide to fight so that I can stop masters who hurt innocent people.
No, 悪い条件じゃないと思うけど。
ああ、遠坂が力を貸してくれるなら頼もしい。
待った。別に私はエミヤ君に力を貸すわけじゃないわ。ただ、休戦協定を結んだだけよ。
It's not like I like you or anything, baka.
敵の敵は味方なんてわけにはいかないか。
ええ。けど、それまでは信頼して。あなたが私を裏切らない限り、私はエミヤ君を助けるから。
What's that? You're living with 3 girls right now? She declares. This is so like her, and I'm genuinely grateful for this good fortune.
よかった。それなら遠坂はずっと味方だ。これからよろしくな、遠坂。
I nod, holding my right arm out.
短い間だろうけど、せいぜい役に立ってよね。
Tosaka sounds ungracious, but I'm not falling for it. For all her bluster, she still takes my hand and gives it a firm shake.
なるほどね。道理でおかしいと思った。つまりエミヤ君は正式な後継者じゃないんだ。魔術刻印を引き継ぐ前にお父さんが死んじゃったんでしょ？
どうなのかな。親父は俺に魔術刻印を引き継がせる気はなかったみたいだし、魔術師になるのには反対してた。
けどエミヤ君に魔術は教えたのよね。なんか矛盾してない？それ。
かもな。親父、俺が諦めないから仕方なく教えたって感じだったし、初めに魔術師じゃなく魔術使いになれなんて言ってたし。
We talk about an important step for a while.
関係になった以上、エミヤ家の事情が知りたい。
Since Tosaka asked me that, we started talking about how I learned magecraft. Kuretsugu Emiya was a lone wolf mage and an outsider to this region. By contrast, Tosaka's family has a prestigious lineage that manages this land. Normally, a mage from outside must show some good faith to the mage that keeps the land they stay in, but Kuretsugu didn't do so. Actually, he hid the fact that he was a mage. It seems that Rin Tosaka is the head of the Tosaka family. It seems that Rin Tosaka is the head of the Tosaka family. As Rin Tosaka is the head of the Tosaka family, she is the manager of this area at her young age. She was entrusted with it 10 years ago, and she said that it's only recently she actually became able to protect the land. For that reason, the Tosaka family was unaware of Kuretsugu Emiya's existence, or his son for that matter.
魔術使いか。 それじゃあエミヤ君、本当に素人なんだ。自分が扱える魔術以外、魔導の知識はないわけね。
ああ、そういうこと。俺が使えるのは強化だけだからな。他のことは名称とか概要とかそんなことしかわからない。さっきだって強化で机を縦にしただけだし、あれにしたって今までで一番うまくできた魔術だった。
ちょっと本気？なんでそんなことまで私に喋るのよ、あんたは。
Then, she gets mad for an entirely different reason.
なんだ、遠坂。今の突っ込むところか。
突っ込むところっていうか、エミヤ君。私たち手を組んだけど、それでも内緒にしなくちゃいけないことってあるでしょ？手の内は隠しておくべきだし、第一、魔術師にとって自分の魔術は隠し通すべきものよ。
そうか？今さら隠しても仕方がないだろう。そりゃ人には言えないことだけど、遠坂は魔術師だ。話しても問題ない。それに相手が何であれ魔術は必死になって隠すことじゃないって親父は言ってたし。
何それ？エミヤ君の父親、本気でそんなこと言ってたの？
ああ、あんまり規則にとらわれるなって言いたかったんじゃないかな、親父は。魔術なんてものは覚えない方がいいし、やめたければいつでもやめろって口癖だったぞ。
Tosaka grits her teeth. I don't know what she's so irritated about, but Tosaka radiates hostility like never before.
ふざけないで。あなたの父親は魔術師じゃないわ。そんな奴に鍛えられたあなたも魔術師なんて認めないから。
遠坂、落ち着け。何怒ってるんだよお前。いや、確かにお前に比べたら俺は魔術師なんて名乗れないけど、親父は立派な魔術師だったぞ。
そうじゃない。私が言いたいのはそういうことじゃない。私が許せないのは、
That what? She got herself worked up, and having said that, her anger seems to dissipate.
ごめんなさい。ちょっとどうかしてた。鍛え方は人それぞれだものね。私は私に胸を張ってるんだから、エミヤ君をどうこう言えるはずがなかった。
わからないな。何か気に障ったことでもあったのか？その親父の教え方とか俺の未熟さとか。
そうね。エミヤ君の未熟っぷりには文句あるわよ。何年も魔術を鍛えていて強化しか知らないところとか、そういう弱みを私に教えちゃうところとか。
Tosaka smiles suggestively. I think I just felt a chill run down my spine.
そうだな。今すっごく後悔してる。けど仕方ないだろ。俺には強化ぐらいしか取り柄がないし、親父は死んじまったんだから、それ以外のことを教わる方法はなかったんだ。
ええ、それが独り身の魔術師の限界ね。魔術師なんていつ死ぬかわからないんだから、そのために魔術刻印を残すんだし、教会と手を組むんじゃない。私が頭に来たのはね、そのあたりの努力を全くしなかったあなたの父親によ。魔術師の魔術はその魔術師だけのものじゃない。魔術ってのは親から子へ何代も何代も続けられてきた命の成果だもの。その責任はもう自分だけのものじゃなくなるのよ。だからそれを教わるってことは、後の世代にそれを渡すってことが第一条件になる。魔術師の家に生まれた子供は誕生した瞬間に後継者であり伝承者でもあるの。 私たちはそのために生まれて、そのために死ぬ。魔術師の子供は初めから人間じゃない。人として生まれたものを長い年月と厳しい修練によって別のものに変えるのが魔術師という家系の義務だから、エミヤ君のお父さんは魔術師なんかじゃない。あなたの父親は魔術師である前に親を取ったのよ。
He explains without making eye contact and looks away. To be honest, I don't know why Tosaka's mad. How Tosaka felt being raised in this house. What kind of training she went through as a daughter of a mage, and how much she had to sacrifice. No matter how hard I try to imagine, I will never be able to be like her.
なあトサカ、もしかしてそれで俺を目の敵にしてたのか。魔術師としての心構えがなってないから。
そうよ。あなたのことは嫌いじゃないけど、魔術師としては認められないもの。だからつい気を据えるっていうか、つっつきたくなったの。悪い？
I mean, trying to kill me over it may have been going a little overboard.
いや、悪いけど、忠告は助かった。今日のことがなかったら学校のマスターにも気づかなかったし、遠坂とも手を組めなかった。
I stare at her in affirmation. Tosaka groans uncomfortably.
もう、なんだってこんなのがセイバーのマスターなのよ。
Her complaint really comes out of left field. We've been talking so long, and it's already gotten dark. It's almost 7 p.m. I need to get home soon, or else Saber will get mad.
遠坂、マスター探しは学校でするんだな。
ええ、明日の放課後、廊下で待ち合わせましょう。ああ、それと帰りはアーチャーをつけてあげる。私はやることがあるから送ってあげられないけど、アーチャーがいれば問題ないでしょ。
I completely forgot until she mentioned him. This is Tosaka's house, so of course Archer would be here. The Knight in Red, Archer, takes form. Come to think of it, this is my first time actually facing him. The servant that fought Saber and almost got his head cut off by her. The man paid no heed to Saber, and even tried to bury her along with Berserker. It might be because of those things. When I faced him and looked him in the eyes, I instinctively felt that I hate him. It's probable that I'll never accept him. Maybe it's the same for Archer, and he stares at me with enmity. That's just what I want. If he hates me, I can hate him back without any guilt.
よろしくね、アーチャー。彼とは協力関係になったから、襲いかかったりしちゃダメよ。
わかっている。マスターの指示には従うさ。
Archer disappears. Since he can't go out dressed like that, it means that he'll escort me in spirit form. I walk through the darkening town. It's not 7 p.m. It's not yet 7 p.m., so there are still people around. I don't think an escort is necessary, but I have no reason to turn down her goodwill. But maybe I should have declined. I feel on edge. The goosebumps on my skin are going crazy, and I feel like I'll hurl from the tension. I feel hostility piercing my back. The invisible guard is that is the most cautious of me, the person he's supposed to be protecting. What the hell kind of protection is this? The situation is being caused by him. My nerves are being worn out by this guy behind me.
この辺りでいい。あんまり近づくと前みたいなことになりかねない。
I tell the presence behind me. Archer doesn't answer. He just accepts my complaint and tries to leave.
待てよ。なんか言いたいことがあるんじゃないのか、お前。
I glare at the invisible guy. The presence trying to leave stops. He takes form with his hostility still present.
見直したよ。殺気を感じ取れる程度には心得があるらしい。いや、てっきり虫も殺さない平和主義者だと思っていたが。
バカにすんな。これでも魔術師だぞ、俺は。相手がやる気だって言うんならいくらでも相手になる。
I confront the knight in red with all my might so that I don't get overpowered. He gives me a mocking smirk and shrugs.
たわけたこと。血の匂いがしない魔術師など半人前だ。死にそう教わらなかったのか、エミやシロ。
My spirit weakens. Yeah, Kuretsugu certainly says so. Mages are stained with blood. It doesn't matter whether you hurt others or not. Even if you don't do it yourself, the path moving forward is paved with blood. That's why Kuretsugu said not to become a mage. I mean, I got stabbed and everything. I was bleeding.
無論だ。その点においても、エミやシロはマスターには向いていない。リンとは大違いだな。
なんだそれ。遠坂は血の匂いがするっていうのか。
するとも。あれはいささか甘すぎる嫌いはあるが、それでも手を下すときは容赦すまい。そうでなくては連日マスターを探して街を巡回などしないさ。
Looking around for masters every day. I knew she was an honor student, but goddamn, that's some extra credit right there. That means she's fighting other masters. It's not like she is done it's not like she's done when she finds them. Then
遠坂は今日みたいなことを毎日してるのか。
The incident at school, the same thing as what happened in the woods.
まさか今日のような低たらくは今回限りにしてほしいものだ。あれだけの意志と能力を持った魔術師がお前を相手にするとどうも年相応に戻ってしまう。だいたい彼女の能力ならエミやシロと協力する必要などないのだ。にもかかわらず余分なことをしている。私としては協力など反対なのだが、まあ仕方があるまい。サーバントはマスターに従うものだ。そうだろ、エミやシロ。たとえマスターが役に立たない未熟者でもサーバントは従わなければならないということだ。
He really likes going for the jugular, doesn't he? I swear he's talking about me and Saber.
そうかよ。遠坂も気の毒だな。お前みたいなひねくれ者と組まされてな。
まったく呆れる。まだそんなことを口にするのか。忠告するがサーバントの性格など考慮するな。我らはただ戦うために呼び出された者。所詮サーバントは霊樹でつながれた道具に過ぎない。支配権はお前たちにあるのだから道具のざれ言など聞き流す。
can't tell him that that's not the case. What Archer, who is bound and as such, said is the truth. I can't think of Saber as a tool, but it is true that Saber is bound by the command spells.
で、呼び止めた要件は何だ？まさか親睦を深めようなどとふざけた理由ではあるまい。
There's no reason. I just don't like him. So I needed to complain.
そうだ。アーチャー、お前も聖杯が欲しいのか？
I ask an obvious question and in desperation. Then,
聖杯？はあ。人間の望みを叶えるという悪質な宝箱か。興味はないな。私の望みはそんなものでは叶えられまい。
the knight in red so declares, his disdain obvious.
なんだって。
That's contradictory. Servants desire the Holy Grail. Isn't that why they answer the call of their mage and become a servant?
待て、おかしいぞお前。なら、なんでサーバントになんてなってんだよ。
成り行き上、仕方なくだ。私に自由意志などない。お前はサーバントが自らの意志で呼び出しに応じているとでも思っているのだろうがな。
Don't have free will? Does that mean he was called against his will even though he's not interested in the Holy Grail?
幸せな男だ。本当に考えたことはなかったのか？いいか。サーバントとは呼び出されるものだ。いいな。英霊とは全て自らの意志ではなく他者の意志によって呼び出される。過去の功績によって英霊となり、以後は人々の間で語り継がれ、その支えになるもの。だが、その当の英霊自身が心の底から人間の助けになりたいなどと思っていると。
いや、それは。
I don't know. If they are called heroic spirits, they must be noble to some degree. That's why I have the impression of them protecting people. That's not the case for many of the servants that I've encountered. But that's not the case for many of the servants that I've encountered.
そうだ。もともと英霊というものに意志などない。英霊となったものは以後ただ人間を守る力として置かれるだけだ。何かこちらで不都合があった場合のみ呼び出され、その後始末をして消えるだけの存在。あるがないもの。人の世の危機を救おうが誰にも認識されないもの。それが英霊。守護者と呼ばれる都合のいい存在だ。なってしまったが最後意志を剥奪され、永遠に人間のために働き続ける掃除屋に過ぎん。
Sounds like you got screwed on the contract. I mean, that can't be legally binding. Summoned only to disappear. Heroic spirits are a tool without a will?
セイバーもお前もちゃんと意志があるじゃないか。そりゃ自分の意志とは無関係に呼び出されたかもしれないけど、それでもこっちに出てきてからの選択肢はあるんじゃないのか。セイバーだってやりたくないことはやらないって突っぱねるし。
当然だろう。我々はサーバントだ。誰が作ったシステムだか知らんが、この戦いはよくできている。本来本体からの触覚でしかない英霊に形を与え、 本体そのものとして刺激するのだからな。サーバントという殻を与えられた英霊はその時点で元の人間性を取り戻せる。かつての執念、かつての無念とともにな。故にサーバントは聖杯を求めるのだろうよ。聖杯を得れば叶わなかった無念を晴らせるだろうし、短い時間であれ人間としてこの世界にとどまれるのだから。
人間としてとどまれる。
That must mean that they can be free as individuals and not as servants. In addition, the Holy Grail now has the power to grant wishes. If it means that they can grant the wishes they had before they died, then it makes sense for servants to cooperate with their masters. So the Holy Grail is a miracle that came out of nowhere to the heroic spirits as well.
なんでそこまでのものをなんでお前はいらないって言うんだ。叶えられなかった願いを叶えられるし、サーバントでなくなることだってできるっていうのに。
単純な話だ。私には叶えられない願いなどなかった。他の連中とは違う。私は望みを叶えて死に英霊となった。故に叶えたい望みなどないし、人としてここに留まることにも興味はない。それはお前のサーバントも同じだろうさ。
バカ言うな。セイバーは聖杯が必要だって言ったんだ。お前みたいに目的がなくてサーバントをやってるわけじゃない。
私の目的。
Archer murmurs, stunned. I wonder why. He was just muttering to himself, but I feel a chill.
目的があろうとなかろうと同じだ。気になるのならば問いただしてみるがいい。セイバーの目的は聖杯でありながら、決して聖杯を自分のためには使わない。そういった意味であれは典型的な守護者。文字通り奴隷なのだ。そのことを彼女のマスターであるのなら決して忘れないことだ。
Thanks for the redeems, Nanalia. His presence disappears. The knight in red hurls spiteful remarks until the very end as he leaves. Even though I don't really feel it, I try to carry on with the normal routine. It feels like a lot is going on in the living room. I bet Fujini is watching TV and Sakura is preparing dinner. Saber, is she in the living room? I shake my head when Archer's words flash through my mind. I don't know what he wanted to say, nor do I want to know. But it's stuck in my head and I can't ignore it. A familiar called a servant. His honest opinion, scorning heroic spirits like they're merely a cleanup crew.
おかえりなさい、先輩。
ただいま。遅くなってすまない。晩飯どのくらい進んでる？
はい、まだ始めたばかりです。で も先輩のお手を借りることはないと思いますよ。
そうか。そりゃ確かに手伝えないかな。
はい、まだ始めたばかりです。でも先輩のお手を借りることはないと思いますよ。
God damn it.
はい、まだ始めたばかりです。でも先輩のお手を借りることはないと思いますよ。今晩のメニュー、藤村先生のリクエストでシチューなんです。
I see that all the ingredients are cut up already. Sakura is efficient, so surely all that's left is to simmer
セイ
them.
バーは今にはいないようだけど。
セーバーさんでしたら和室の方で眠っています。先輩が帰ってきたら起こしてほしいと言っていましたけど。
セイバー、もしかして怒ってたか？
そんなことはなかったと思いますよ。セーバーさん、いつもキッとしてますから。
If Sakura is hesitant to say it, it must mean that Saber was really mad. It's only natural, though, since I broke our promise of coming home before dark.
や、おかえりしろ。セーバーちゃん怒ってたよ。帰ってきたら道場で話があるって。
Fujini makes a frightening statement while munching on a mandarin. Oh my god, she's gonna beat me up!
藤ね、なんかセイバーに変なこと吹き込んだりしてないだろうな。その約束を破ったやつは道場でしないうちの刑だとかなんとか。
したよ。うちは体育会系だから容赦なくやっちゃっていいって。
I see. The other masters aren't my only problem. The enemy force has already infiltrated my home.
つかぬことを聞くけどな。藤ね、セイバーを道場に連れて行ったのか。稽古するなら市内を使えって。
うん。さっき軽く手合わせしたんだけど、あの子とんでもないわよ。剣道を知らないくせに私以上に剣道家っぽいんだもん。あの子向こうでフェンシングでもやってたの？
いや、フェンシングはやってないと思う。どっちかっていうと藤姉とキャラが被る。
Like how she swings around a huge sword, like that doesn't suit her frame, or how she attacks enemies like a wild animal.
自業自得として観念しよう。それより藤姉、三綴りのことだ。あいつ家に帰ってるのか？
え？なんでシローが知ってるのよ。三綴さんのことは知らされていないはずよ。
まあ、生徒会室で盗み聞きしたんだ。それでどうなんだよ。三綴り見つかったのか？
I stare at Fujini. Fujini is still a teacher, even if she may not seem like one. She seems quiet about things she shouldn't talk. She keeps quiet about things she shouldn't talk about, and I'm sure she'd lie to keep students calm. So I have to make sure I don't overlook anything she says, or even does when it comes. Bleh. So I have to make sure I don't to overlook anything she says or does when it comes to this.
そうなんだ、藤姉。やっぱり一向に変化なしなのか？
仕方ないなあ。黙ってたら今すぐ飛び出しそうだし、絶対秘密って話でもないし。けどシロー、今回は特別だからね。シローが三綴さんの友人だから教えてあげるのよ。
分かってる。恩に切るから早く。
じゃあ結論から。三綴さん、さっき保護されたわよ。今頃は検査も終わって家に帰ってるんじゃないかしら。ちょっと意識が混濁してるらしいけど、外傷もないし命に別状もないって。それ以上の話はダメ。 シロも友達なら三辻さん本人から聞きなさい。
そうか。とにかく大事はなかったんだな、あいつ。
I'm glad. I still don't know what Mitsuzuri got into, but I can tell that it has something to do with the strange incidents happening in town. There's a high possibility that the culprit is the master hiding at my school. I don't know what I would have done if something happened to Mitsuzuri.
さくら、ちょっといいか。
はい。何ですか、先輩。
いや、大したことじゃない。ただ、シンジがどうしているか知らないかなって。
すみません、先輩。昨日はこちらに泊めてもらって学校に行ったでしょ。だから家には帰ってないんです。先生にも兄さんが無断欠席したって聞いたんですけど、
I mean, we know he abuses you, so it's better off that you're staying here.
事情はわからないか。そうだよな。さくらが知ってるわけないし。ごめん。見当違いなことを聞いちまった。い
え、そんなことありません。兄さんのことは私が一番よく知っているんですから。兄さんが休んだ理由ぐらい気づかないといけないでしょ。
いや、そんなことはないだろう。実際、さくらがうちにいてくれて助かったし。
The incident in the woods. If the one that was there was actually Shinji, then he has to be then she has to have some kind of connection to the servant in black. Worst case scenario, there's a possibility that he's the master. If that's the case, wouldn't it be dangerous to let Sakura go back to the Mato household?
先輩、それはどういう。
さくら、今夜もうちに泊まってけ。着替えなら藤根のを使っていいから。
先輩、それは。
できるならしばらく泊まり続けてくれると助かる。いや、さくらが迷惑だって言うんなら帰ってくれていいんだが。
Oh. Right, this is really coming out of nowhere for her. It really puts her on the spot too.
困らせるようなこと言って悪かった。
I bow my head in apology. Then
はい。お言葉に甘えます。
Sakura nods and agrees so quietly that it blends in with the sound of the brewing stew. It's getting late. After dinner, I went to the dojo with Saber to receive punishment. Saber called it training, but I swear she was just bullying me. And when we finished, it was past 10 p.m. Like, we walk into the dojo, she's just standing there, arms crossed, with the shin and hand being like, "Where the fuck have you been?" The three of them are rooming together again, and Fujini and Sakura already turned in.
シロ、どうしました？部屋に戻るのではないのですか？
ん？ああ、戻るよ。ただその前にセイバーに聞いておきたいことがあって。
気になることですか？どうぞ。私に答えられることであれば構いませんが。
I guess I should get straight to the point. What Archer said. Servants who have no freedom desire the Holy Grail to obtain freedom. Saber should be the same, but he said that she doesn't seek freedom.
セイバー、お前は聖杯が必要なんだよな。
はい。私の目的は聖杯です。そのために私は英霊になった。それは以前にも話したはずですが。
分かってる。けど、それは何のためなんだ？ 聖杯さえ手に入れればサーバントはマスターがいなくてもこっちに留まってられるんだろう。ならセイバーは聖杯を手に入れてここでやりたいことをやるんだよな。
いいえ、聖杯を手に入れた後、私はこの世界から去るだけです。この時代の人間ではない私がここにいることは許されませんし、何より私にはやりたいことなどありませんから。
Yeah, we know this is because of the deal she made with the planet. She's not a full-fledged heroic spirit. Her eyes are determined. There's absolutely no hesitation or deceit in them, and no room for me to argue the point.
そうか。セイバーの目的が何なのかはわからないから強くは言えないけど。
Well, I'm starting to think that it's unlike Saber to ask for a wish from the Holy Grail. I don't know what the Holy Grail is, but I have a feeling deep down that it isn't the sort of thing this golden-haired girl ought to pursue.
約束したからな。セイバーに聖杯を手に入れさせるって。今はそれを信じよう。
何かあったのですか、シロ。どうも帰ってきてからのあなたは覇気がないように思いますが。
I don't know, it's just my arm still feeling funky from the stab. I mean, I never got stabbed by a dagger. What are you talking about?
そんなことはないけどな。だってそうだ。セイバー、今後の方針なんだが。
Saber looks serious again. As expected of her, no matter how close she gets with Fujini, Saber is still Saber. It's annoying, but just as Archer said, fighting is her true nature.
今日学校に行ってそこに3人目のマスターがいるってことが分かったんだ。そこで遠坂と一波乱起きた。いろいろあって学校に潜んでいるマスターを探し出すまで遠坂とは休戦協定を結んだんだが。
In a rush, I reported what happened. Saber was listening with a serious face at first, but as the story went on, she started looking at me with dissatisfaction.
セイバー、遠坂と協力するのは反対か？
いいえ、シロには知識がないのですから、リンから学ぶのは賛成です。ですが、そういった大事を決めたのならすぐに伝えてほしい。それと、できるのなら相談も。
With reproach in her tone, Saber stares me down. I'm ashamed of myself since she's absolutely right.
では、明日からはリンと協力して校舎を探索するのですね。
そういうことになる。何か異常を見つけたらセイバーを呼ぶから、それまで待機していてくれ。
方針としては手ぬるいですが、シロが先頭になれるまではちょうどいいでしょう。当面は学校に結界を張ったマスターを追うのですね。
I nod. After thinking for a bit,
確認しますが、学校に潜むマスターを倒した後はリンとの休戦協定は白紙に戻り、彼女とは敵同士に戻る。それに間違いはありませんね。
Saber asks to make sure. Well, All right, let me check. It's just two different scenes no matter what we pick. Can't say for sure. I can't say for sure. I'm sort of in Tosaka's debt, and really I don't want to fight her in the first place.
まだ断言はできない。学校のマスターを倒してもまだ先があるかもしれないだろ。バサカっていう怪物もいるんだ。協力し合えるならできる限り協力した方がいい。
そうですか。マスターがそう言うのならば従いますが、それではシローが辛いだけになる。その時になって自らの選択を悔やまないでください。
Saber takes a bow and dismisses herself. Yeah, I know. The more we cooperate, the greater the likelihood that there will be an inevitable fight in the end. It'd be easier to just, if I just got over this mental hurdle and consider her my enemy from the get-go. Otherwise, it'll cut deeper once we do part ways. Because whether I win or Tosaka wins, the survivor has to finish off the loser. Oh, I can delete data. Faker. So I'll delete the two pieces of data from here. I may have deleted something for later. I'll save over stuff for now, but I'll also try to I'll also try to save I'll also delete the rest of the rest of the stuff as in my own time. But I'm going to take a little bio break first. Give me a sec, guys. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I was also taking the opportunity to wash myself because It's hot, and I'm was covered in sweat. Why do I have to make sweat? Why do I have to make pores? I'm dreaming. Using the thin and connected circuit like a blood vessel, I see a memory I can't reach. This was his memory. At least it isn't mine. This is someone else's story. It's so long that I didn't, that he doesn't, and it was so long ago, it's so long ago that he doesn't think about it. A memory so distant that he doesn't even try to recall it. A memory so old that he doesn't even remember it. We are the heavy shackles of a contract, set in stone, unable to be changed or retracted. It's not like he wanted anything. Rather, he was the type of person who could not stand many things. He could not stand if there was someone crying near him. He could not stand if there was someone hurt near him. He could not stand if there was someone dying near him. That was the only reason. And for only that reason, he tried to save everyone within view. He was so clumsy that it would make you nervous watching him. But he would accomplish it. But he would accomplish it in the end and change many a fate. To that end, his life was full of blessedness. The awkward and elegant battles he fought had meaning. For as much as he was hurt and stared down death, he was equally able to save people. But there was one pitfall there. Everyone within view. Yet you cannot wholly look upon yourself. So in the end, he was not able to save the most important person of all, himself. I don't know how it ended up like that. No, it should be the other way around. It was a wonder it didn't end up like that sooner. And so there was a terrible disaster. Many people died, many more faced death. There was nothing he alone could do. With so many deaths as that an inevitability before him, let me make a contract. I shall give you my life after death. I shall take compensation now. I would take compensation now. Yes, he made a contract with a mysterious thing known as the world. Zawarudo! Throwing away himself to save all those living here. The birth of a hero. That's it. There's nothing after that. Even if he is called a hero, it doesn't change what he does. From the start, his objective wasn't to become a hero. He merely needed a hero's power as part of the process. Even then, and his ending came quickly. A savior is nothing but a nuisance to those who are not saved. He understands his own power and the extent of the world. He accepts that there are those he can and cannot save, and so he wanted those within sight to be happy at least. Others decried it as hypocrisy. There were many who despised him for his narrow-mindedness. Even then, the way that he silently pursued his ideals was something he should have been proud of. But in the end, he faced an uncompensated death as per the contract. And in the end, he reached that place. He had friends and a lover, but cornered by his ideal, he lost it all. With no place to go, carrying the voices of resentment, and with him, he continued to fight. He knew of his fate heading towards death, but he used that to try and perform miracles that were beyond his capacity. But that comes to an end. He arrives at the Hill of Swords. At the end of his battle came him a mound with rusted, ownerless blades. Alone after all. Even then, there was nothing to regret if he was able to save everyone within view. He smiles with satisfaction and then lets go of the sword. My body feels heavy. I feel awful as I wake, as I'm immediately assaulted by a headache. I muttered while getting up. It's already past 6 a.m. I jump out of bed and change quickly. Fujini and Sakura have morning practice. I leave at 6:30, so I won't. They leave at 6:30, so I won't make it unless I hurry. After I see them off, I drink tea with Saber after breakfast. The morning goes by in a whirlwind before I know it, it's past 7 a.m.
それじゃあ行ってくる。留守番よろしくな、セイバー。
はい。シローも気をつけて。リンの助力があるとはいえ、無茶はしないように。
No promises.
まあ、昨日で懲りてる。敵を追いかけるときは、セイバーの力を借りるよ。
I mean, this is Shiro we're talking about. No promises. I wave goodbye to Saber and leave. The morning air is peaceful, but the school that I'm about to head to is completely different. I brace myself as I go down the hill. Kosaka is a right and proper master. I need to step up, so I'll make it, or I'll just make a fool of myself. I greet my classmate as I get to my seat. Along the way, I make eye contact with an unexpected person, and I'm momentarily at a loss for words. Are you serious? It's instinctive. I storm towards Shinji.
やあエミヤ、どうしたんだよ。今朝は随分と物騒じゃないか。何？僕が休んでる時に何かあったの？
As if you didn't know, piece of shit.
何かあったじゃない。お前、三つ釣りに何をした？
三つ釣り？ああ、綾子ね。何でも家出してたらしいじゃん。僕も今朝道場で聞いたよ。昨日信徒の方で見つかったんだってね。
None of this is funny, but Shinji laughs. The look in his eyes tell me he's delighted by mocking Mitsuzuri.
とぼけるな。三つ釣りと最後に会ったのはお前だろう。その時、あいつに何をしたかって聞いてるんだよ、俺は。
はあ？何をしたかって？ただの世間話だけど。それよりさ、聞いたかいエミヤ。綾子のやつ、そこいらの路地裏に転がってたんだぜ。フラフラでさ、制服もボロボロだったって話さ。
I hate you so much.
いや、何があったか知らないけどさ、ちょっと聞き捨てならないよな。普段から選ぶってるあいつがさ、どんな風に捨てられてたか興味あるよね。
Deck him. Just fucking deck him right here and now. Don't fucking care about the disciplinary action at this point. This guy is the fucking worst.
したんだよ。そんな怖い顔して。冗談だよ冗談。本気にするなって。それに綾子は保護されたんだろ。家で療養中だっけ。ま、あいつが帰ってくる頃には噂話も広まってるだろうから何かとやりづらくなるだろうけど。
Knee him in the fucking groin at least.
お前、今の話、弓道部のみんなに話したっていうのか。
さあね。けどもう1年の間じゃ有名だぜ。伝言ゲームじゃないけど昨日のうちからくるくる回ってたらしいからさ。
I can feel my fists clenching and clamping down the urge I'm feeling. No, let it loose. Let it fucking loose with this guy. Did he go around telling everyone such a story? Mitsuzuri is a girl. Everyone knows she's strong, but even so, regardless of how strong she is, rumors like that have a way of eating away at anybody. Did he go around telling everyone knowing that? Of course he fucking did. It's fucking Shinji. It's being kept from everybody for a reason, but he's deliberately spreading rumors to hurt her.
シンジ、お前。
I grab his shoulders.
そう睨むなよ。僕は知らないって言ってるだろ。身勝手な思いつきで言いがかりをつけると後悔するよ、エミヤ。
Giving you the biggest pain of your life will not be regretful at all. I will take the fucking punishment. I will take the punishment. It'll be fucking worth it to see your face fucking broken. Shrugging out of my grip, Shinji goes to his seat. The homeroom bell rings. Just saying this now, Shiro's a fucking better person than I am. I can't stay standing here. With a glance at Shinji, I'm forced to make my way back to my seat. The day ends. School's over and the student body heads home in waves. I could have further interrogated Shinji, but I didn't have any kind of proof to corner him. Even if he was in the woods, I don't have anything if he says he wasn't there.
先に確証を取らないと。
It's not certain whether he's a master or not, but there's no doubt that he had something to do with the incident and of Mitsuzuri going missing.
マスターを識別する方法。服を脱がしてレイジを見つけるしかないのか。
Well, I'm sure no master is going to allow me to do that.
そろそろか。遠坂ならいい方法を知ってるかもな。
I stand from my desk. We already planned on meeting in the hall after school. I meet Tosaka and look around the whole school. According to her, there are several sigils that help set the bounded field throughout the school. Tosaka has already been erasing them for the past few days, but it seems that new sigils are created or keep coming back up, preventing her from completely eliminating the bounded field.
結界自体はもう貼られちゃってるから、私がやってることは効力を弱めているだけよ。それでもやらないよりはマシだし、不完全なうちは相手だって結界を発動させないでしょ。
So she says.
聞きたいことがあるんだけど、いいか。
I call out after she eliminates the sigil hidden on the rooftop.
何？まだ屋上に違和感を感じるの？
いや、それとは別件。ここにはもうおかしなところはない。俺の方はここで打ち止めた。
そう。なら生きている時刻はほとんど消せたかな。エミヤ君、 魔力感知はできないくせに場所の異常には敏感なんだもの。まさかこんなに早く校舎内の時刻を消せるとは思わなかった。
Tosaka is in a good mood. Well, I'm glad that I was able to be of help, but I don't feel up to it right now.
ああ、トサカ。マスターってのはマスターがわかるのか。そのサーバントは隠していてもただいるだけで気配が変わるとか。
え、別にそんなことはないけど。そうね、何も再考しなければマスターの識別はできるでしょうね。マスターはもともと魔術師がなるものだから、魔力を探っていけば魔術師は見つけられる。加えてサーバントなんていう破格の使い魔と契約してるんだから、隠したって魔力は漏れるわ。エミヤ君は鈍感だから気がつかないけど、私だって魔力を残して歩いてる。魔術師が見たら一目で私がマスターだってわかるだろうし、私だってマスターを見れば識別できるんじゃないかな。
そうなのか。けどトサカ、俺が魔術師だって知らなかっただろう。それはどういうことだよ。
何？それ言っていいの？
No? Tosaka's voice shifts. I have a bad feeling about this.
いや、いい。だいたい想像ついた、今。
賢明ね。まあそういうことよ。魔術師じゃなくても微力な魔力を持つ人はいる。魔術師はね、一定以上の魔力を帯びたものしか魔術師って認めないの。
はいはい、そんなことだろうと思ったよ。けどそれじゃあ今の俺はどうなんだ？
それが全然変わらないのよね。まあ不完全な召喚だったっていうし、傷を治す以外はセイバーとのつながりは薄いんでしょうね。まあエミヤ君は特例だからそういうこともありでしょう。
Then Shinji isn't a master. Even if I can't tell, Tosaka can identify a master just by looking at them. Then she should be able to sense the lingering magical energy of Shinji as a master who formed a contract with a servant.
マスター探しだなんて言うけど、その気になればすぐにでも見つけられるんじゃないか。強い魔力の残りがを辿っていけばいいんだから。
そうでもないわよ。例えばの話、魔力を隠してしまう道具を持っていれば敵には悟られないもの。まあサーバントのデタラメな魔力を消せる道具なんて少ないでしょうから、そんなマスターはいないと思うけど。
じゃあもし遠坂の身近にいる人間がマスターでもそんな道具を持っていたらわからないってことか。
どうかな。ものによるけど、どんなに隠しても近くにいればわかると思う。サーバントと契約している以上、どうしても世界との摩擦は起きるから。身近にいてもマスターかどうかわからないってことは、そのマスターはサーバントを使っていないってことよ。まあ例外はあるかもしれないけど、9割方はそう考えて間違いないと思うわ。
We go back to the classroom. There weren't any clues we could find about other masters, but Tosaka seemed satisfied that we were able to erase most of the sigils. She said something like the enemy won't be able to stand having their plans met with so blatantly, so it won't be long before they give themselves away.
長いな。近いうちって言ってもどのくらい先かわからないだろう。
そう？ こんな結界を張るやつだもの。邪魔されて我慢できる性格じゃないわ。私の見立てでは明日よ。二度目は黙ってられない性格でしょ、こいつ。
そんなもんなのか。
そんなもんよ。さて、私は用事があるから先に帰るわ。明日の決戦に備えていろいろ買わなくちゃいけないし。それじゃあまた明日。それと今日は早めに帰りなさい。寄り道なんてしたらダメだからね。
なんだ、心配してくれるんだ、トサカ。
違うわよ。協力関係になったんだから勝手に脱落されちゃ予定が狂うじゃない。今のはそれだけのちょっとした確認事項。
Baka! She's babbling. But that contract is with how she. But that contrasts with how she normally tells me just how. But that contrasts with how she is normally tells me how flustered she is. Yeah, I think I'm starting to really get a beat on her.
ともかくエミヤ君は無防備すぎるんだから、あんまり軽率な行動はしないこと。私は例外で、他の連中は即命を奪いに来るんだからね。
No promises. This is Shiro we're talking about. Tosaka looks away and tries to leave. Seeing her leave, I suddenly...
今もアーチャーはそばにいるのか。
I asked something meaningless.
いるけど何？あいつに話でもあるの？
いや別に。トサカはうまくやってるのかなと思って。
Tosaka looks back at me in wonder at my sudden question. Then...
ははそういうこと。ええ、心配無用よ。あいつひねくれてるけどいいやつだもの。ああ見えても子供っぽいし、付き合っていく分には楽しいわ。
Snickering, Tosaka disappears down the stairs. I'm still not over what happened to Mitsuzuri, leading me to the archery range. It's set off from the other school of buildings and looks empty. Club activities are over, but I don't think I'll find anybody here. So I don't think I'll find anyone here. I turn around and head to the gate. Beyond that, on the way to the exit, Shinjimato is standing there as if to block my way.
いや、今頃お帰りかい？最近は物騒だから、生徒は速やかに下校するんじゃなかったっけ？
I don't have the confidence to stay calm facing Shinji here. So I try to ignore him and walk past.
友人に挨拶もできないぐらい疲れてるわけか。
I seriously don't know what Shiro was thinking when the two of you became friends. Jesus Christ.
まったく。呪国潰しなんて地味なことしてるからそうなるんだよ。
He sounds like he's grinning. Hearing that, I immediately jump back and brace myself.
そんなことを言えるってことは、お前。
I keep myself on alert and glare at Shinji.
ああ、そういうこと。お前がしらみつぶしにしてくれた結界はさ、僕が仕掛けた保険なんだぜ。
Security measure.
それはあんな風に消されちゃ、こっちは怖くて学校に来れなくなるじゃないか。
Bull fucking shit. We know what you plan to do with that. We know because of the fate route. We know the kind of piece of shit you are, Shinji. I see. So this is how naive I am. When I saw him in the woods, I knew he was a master, but didn't try to confirm it because I wasn't prepared for the truth.
待てって。 そう構えないでよエミヤ。うるさい遠坂もいなくなったし、男同士ゆっくり話し合おうじゃない。知っての通り喧嘩は嫌いなんだよ僕は。
話し合う？俺とやり合う気はないっていうのか。
そんなのあるもんか。見たところエミヤもマスターなんてものに無理やりさせられたんだろ。僕もそれと同じでね。魔術師でもなければ戦う気もないっていうのにマスターにさせられたんだ。で目下のところ誰とも戦わないで済む方法を探してる最中ってわけだから、ここでエミヤと争う気なんてないんだ。
そうかよ。じゃああの結界は何だ？あんなものを仕掛けておいて戦う気はないっていうのか。
バカだな。あれは欲しいんだよ。学校には遠坂っていう根っからの魔術師がいるだろ。あいつはマスター同士の戦いに躊躇なんてしない。となると魔術師じゃないマスターとしては防護策を持っておかないとやっていけないじゃないか。あの結界はそれだけのものだよ。誰かに襲われない限り発動させることはない。
Uh-huh. And yet we know that's not true because you weren't attacked when you activated in the fate route, asshole. His story makes sense. Still, I don't know the details behind whether Shinji is really a master or not, nor how he got to this point. But for now, I'll buy it. If Shinji says so, I should give him the benefit of the doubt. But before that...
昨日女生徒を襲ったのはお前か？
I need to solve this problem.
昨日のことか。あれは仕方がなかったんだ。僕のサーバントはジャジャ馬でね、放っておくと人を襲う。
Don't you fucking dare put the blame on my girl. Don't you fucking dare.
僕はマスターに選ばれただけの人間だ。遠坂みたいな本業じゃないんだから、言いつけを聞かせることも大変なんだよ。
じゃあ昨日の件はあくまで事故なんだな。お前のサーバントが勝手にやったことだと。
ああ、これからは気をつけるよ。僕も自分の住処で事件なんて起こしたくない。あいつには僕を守ることだけ徹底させるさ。
Yeah, yeah, right. Fucking asshole.
それは本当だな、シンジ。
ああ、嘘を言ってもしょうがないだろ。隠しておくこともできたのに、こうしてわざわざ告白してやったんだ。
You would lie because you're a sleazy motherfucker.
エミヤ、僕のことを疑ってただろう。むやみに襲われたら行き着くところまで行くしかなくなるからさ、先にこうやって正体を明かしたんだ。僕は誰とも戦いたくはないからね。
I can't take what he says at full value, but if he really does want to avoid fighting, everything will work out.
信じる。お前が何もしないんなら俺も手は出さない。それでいいんだな、シンジ。
いいね。エミヤにしては物分かりがいい。けどそれじゃあ困るんだ。こうやって話し合いに来たことをもう少し理解してくれないかな。
Shinji holds out his hand as if he wants to shake hands. So that means
協力しないかエミヤ。お前は知らないだろうけど、もともとマトウの家は魔術師の家系なんだ。
I got two things to say in response, and I can say it with my hands. Fuck you and fuck off.
まあ、父の代でマドウは耐えていたけど、知識だけはまだ残っている。 どうかな。素人のくせにマスターになった君にとっては頼りになる存在だろ。
The motto line is a family of mages? Tosaka didn't say such a thing. No, she must have excluded him as an outsider if the blood died out, just as Shinji said.
どう？遠坂に頼らなくても僕たちが手を組めば聖杯戦争ぐらい生き残れる。こんなの考えるまでもないと思うけど。
I'd rather take my chances with her. He holds out his hand. His proposal isn't wrong. And it makes sense, and it's an option. However...
シンジ、お前がマスターだってことをさくらは知ってるのか？
はあ？なんだ、本当に素人なんだな、エミヤ。いいかい？魔術師の家系は長男にしか秘技を伝えないんだ。長男以外の子供なんてただの予備に過ぎない。そんなのに魔術を伝える意味はないし、手間も惜しいんだよ。たく、あんなとろい女に窓を伝えるもんか。魔頭の秘技を継いだのは僕だけだ。
I see. That's really good. Sakura isn't someone who should be involved in all this. I need her to be smiling happily in life.
シンジ、お前が何もしないんなら俺もお前には何もしない。それで文句はないだろう。
そう。協力はできないってこと？
Fuck no!
する必要なんかないだろう。お互い戦わないんなら協力するもしないもない。自分の身を守りたいだけなら聖杯戦争が終わるまで教会に保護してもらえばいい。それぐらいのことは知ってるんだろ
う。へえ。なんだよエミヤ。君、もしかしてこの殺し合いに勝とうだなんて思ってるの？
I don't intend to die, nor do I want to murder anyone. But I'll fight anyone who attacks me, and I can't just ignore those who will try to bring disaster to our town. And...
殺し合いなんてするか。ただ俺は聖杯ってやつの正体を見極めなくちゃいけない。そのためには最後まで残るしかないだろう。
I turn away from Shinji.
あくまで戦うつもりか。まあ、僕には関係のないことだけど、それなら桜を巻き込むような真似はしないよな、エミヤ。
そんなの当たり前だ。お前こそ桜には隠し通すんだろうな。
もちろん。けど兄貴としてさ、これから殺し合いを続けるってやつの家に妹は置いておけない。お前が戦うって言うんなら、聖杯戦争が終わるまで桜は家から出さない。それでいいよな、エミヤ。
Fuck off. He does have a point. As long as I'm fighting alongside Saber, the Amiya household is also dangerous.
桜には俺の方から言っておく。それでいいな、シンジ。
オーケー。後輩思いの先輩で助かった。正直、お前がいつ桜を人質にするかヒヤヒヤしてたからね。
Worry my ass.
これで当面の悩み事は解消されたよ。
話はこれで終わりだな。なら帰るぞ。
ああ、ご自由に。けど分かってるよな、イミヤ。ここで話したことは僕たちだけの秘密だぜ。こっちはエミヤを友人と見込んで秘密を打ち明けたんだ。それを人に話すようなことになったら、僕だって何をするかわからない。
I'm not going to attack unless I'm attacked, but you know, blackmail is still good, right? That must mean he'll activate the bounded field if I tell Tosaka about him.
黙ってる。けど、遠坂が自分で見つける分には別だぞ。俺は遠坂にできる限り協力する。あいつがお前の正体を知ったら戦うことを止めない。 そういうわけだから、見つけられたくなかったらおとなしくしてるんだな。
I walked to the front gate for real this time. The school building is in the sunset. Shinji sees me off without a word. There's only 2 sets of shoes at the entrance, and we did get new data. Fujini's heels and Saber's loafers. I'm worried, so I go to the living room without announcing that I'm home. Briskly, I make my way down the hall. As expected, Sakura isn't in the living room. Instead, I spy someone that looks suspiciously like Fujini doing something that might be cooking in the kitchen.
あ、おかえりしろ。何驚いた顔しちゃって。
Who are you and what have you done with Taiga?
なんかあったの？
She puts down what appears to be flour. If I didn't know any better, she looks like she's been mixing something.
いや、驚いてるって言えば驚いた。その、いつもと何もかも違うから。
Actually, I don't remember how many years it's been since I last saw Fujini doing something like cooking.
いつもと違う？あ、そっか。さくらちゃんのことね。さくらちゃんなら帰ったわよ。お家の人から電話があって呼び戻されちゃった。
そうか。シンジのやつ、直接電話してきたのか。
He didn't need to worry, but I guess he wanted to take care of it as soon as possible.
シンジ君？まあいっか。
After tilting her head as if she is not satisfied, she goes back to what she was doing. It bothers me a bit. It's not completely dark yet, so... Let me check the thing. Stop wrongdoing before the sun sets. Yeah, it's all just different scenes. We don't get anything from them. I'm just going to save here again because I do want to check something. And I might end up taking a food break. So I'm just checking on the situation there. So give me a bit, guys. All right, I'm back, and I was gone for 16 minutes. It's kind of, sorta. Let's be generous and say around about 19 minutes. I want to check up on Sakura. Yeah. I should go check on Sakura before the sun
ちょっ
sets.
と出てくる。どんな風の吹き回しだか知らないけど、夕飯の準備任せた。
はーい、いってらっしゃい。夕ご飯は美味しいカニ玉だからね。
I got a bad feeling about this. But I just want to check on Sakura. Crab egg foo young, huh? Well, I guess even Fujini should be able to make that. That's a thing. I head up the hill as the sun sets. As it's still winter, it's setting early. I need to hurry and go to the Mato household so I can check up on Sakura.
あれ、先輩、どうしたんですか？こんな時間に家に来るなんて。
いや、なんとなく近くまで寄ったから、ついでに。
ついでですか？わかりました。そういうことにしておきます。
My flustered state has to be funny as Sakura smiles. Her expression is genuine, and it doesn't look like she's being harassed by Shinji.
さくら、本当に要件はないんだけど、シンジはどうしてる？今家にいるのか？
兄さんですか？いえ、今日はまだ帰ってきてないみたいですけど。
帰ってない？じゃあ誰がうちに電話したんだ？さくら、シンジに呼び戻されたんじゃないのか？
さあ、私は藤村先生におじいさまが待ってるからうちに帰りなさいって言われただけですから、よくは。
I see. But it's true that Shinji hasn't talked to Sakura at all. Shinji's her brother after all. He would never involve such a good sister in his battle between masters. This is Shinji we're talking about. And there's one thing I have to tell her so I don't involve her in this mess.
安心した。それでさくら、しばらくの間だけど、手伝いは遠慮してもらえないか？
お手伝いには行けそうにないんです。
We stare at each other blankly. 10 seconds pass with us just goofily staring at each other.
ちょっと残念ですけど、先輩からそう言ってもらえて助かりました。しばらくはうちにいて、夜は出歩くなって言われているんです。
そうだよな。最近物騒だし、もっと早くにそうするべきだった。じゃあ、さくら。
はい。しばらく先輩のお家に行くのは遠慮します。
Really, I would prefer if you stayed with us. It's a safe place for you.
張り合いがなくなっちゃいますけど、我慢すればすぐ元通りですから。それまで、できれば弓道部の方に顔を出してくださいね、先輩。
Sakura bows and goes back into her house. I managed to make it back before dinner. I tell Saber, who was angrily waiting for me at the entrance, about what happened today and how we eliminated the bounded field at school, as well as Tosaka anticipating a counter-attack tomorrow. I don't tell her about Shinji. I don't want her to consider him an enemy until his true intentions are clear.
話は分かりました。では夕食にしましょうか、シロ。先ほどからタイガが食事の支度をして待っています。
Got a bad feeling about this. She must be hungry, as Saber makes her way quickly to the living room.
藤姉の料理なんてガキの頃以来だな。
I'm half worried and half looking forward to it. Man, who would have imagined that it was going to turn into such a disaster? I knew it! It's time for the long-awaited dinner. On the table, there's crab egg foo young there's the crab egg foo young that Fujini made for the three of us. It's a simple dish where there's a rice in a bowl and one serving of an omelet on top of it. It looks like there's a yellow lid on the bowl, which doesn't really look like that good. But it should make the rice taste better since it's in a bowl. It's like a cutlet rice bowl or tempura rice bowl. There's no way it can be bad because the topping flavor seeps into the rice evenly. The only downside is that the flavor would be rather mild, but it's a luxurious problem to have.
じゃあいただきます。
はい、いただきます。いただきます。
We all bow and start into our bowls, but there's not an ounce of softness to the egg in the egg foo young. In fact, the strange texture is more like that of a main dish. This isn't an emergency or anything. This is more like okonomiyaki over rice. Did you read from the wrong recipe?
もしかして藤姉にこれ教えたの藤村組の若衆さん。
うん。おっきな卵焼き作るって言ったら小麦粉とかいろいろくれたの。
I wish she realized her mistake at that point. Until now, I thought that being able to make an omelet was a basic function of every human being, was a basic function and every human being was born with. Crab egg foo young is only really an advanced version of an omelet. So it was my mistake to assume that Fujini couldn't mess up something like that. That's right, Fujini can't even cook an omelet. Then I hear a voice filled with disappointment coming from my side. I slowly turn to her. Now that's an emergency! Yikes, it's hard to tell, but Saber seems mad. She's getting angry. The nightmare of a dinner ends, and it's time for a strategy meeting. But I've already reported to Saber about what happened today. Since it's likely that there will be a battle tomorrow, we might as well prepare.
それでは今夜も外に出ることはないのですか、シロ。
なあ、セイバーには歯がゆいだろうけど、今はそれで我慢してくれ。むやみに戦う気はないし、何よりめったやたらに戦えるほど余裕がある状況じゃないだろう、俺たちは。
I'm inexperienced as a master, and Saber has a limit to how many times she can battle, since I'm not able to provide her with any magical energy. Given our situation, it's not a good idea to be aimlessly looking around for masters.
わかりました。確かにシロの言い分には一理あります。積極的ではありませんが、勝利するためには細心の注意も必要ですから。ですが、 戦う意志があるというのなら無駄な時間は使えません。今夜はここに留まるというのであらば、その時間を鍛錬に使うべきです。
Saber stares at me. She doesn't even need to tell me. I brought Saber to the dojo with that in mind.
分かってる。セイバー、昨日のこと覚えてるか？俺が夜遅く帰ってきたらたるんでるってことで手合わせしただろ？あれ、いい教訓になったんだ。勝てない奴には何をやっても勝てない。そんな初歩的なこと、セイバーと向き合うまで気づかなかった。そういった心構えの意味も含めて、セイバーと手合わせするのは大切だと思う。どのくらい効果があるかわからないけど、セイバーがその気になって相手をしてくれれば、俺も少しは生き延びることができるだろう。
ではシロ。
ああ、これからは時間に余裕がある限り鍛えてくれ。差し当たってはこれから寝るまで。
I take the bamboo sword on the wall. It's 8 p.m. There's still 4 hours until bedtime, so I'll train my heart out.
セイバー、ちょっと待った。
Time for a beatdown, bitch! I stop Saber since I feel like my life's in danger. Because as Saber turns to me...
何か戦う心構えを鍛えたいということですので、私もシロの意気込みに応えてみたのですが。
A little too much enthusiasm, Saber, a little too much! She's going to kill me.
さあ、鍛錬を始めましょう、シロ。
I love how she's still holding the shinai.
まずはあなたの不明を打ちます。確かにシロはたるんでいますからね。今後、今夜のようなことがないよう気を引き締めてもらわなければ。
So she is mad about dinner.
なんだそりゃ、あれは藤姉が悪いんだろう。それにセイバーだって文句言いながらちゃんと全部平らげて。
問答無用。それにシロ、意識を失う前に言っておきますが、あれはやむなくです。今後それを忘れぬように。
Saber disappears. Ow! Oh man. So I have to go through 4 hours of brutal torture. Grudges over food sure are scary.
セイバーのやつ、やるとなったら本気で手加減なしでやんの。
I mean, you actually asked for it, so... I crawl into bed. My body is covered in bruises and pain relief patches. I'm sure it'll all be sore tomorrow.
疲れた。
Really, that's an understatement. After training with Saber, I did my daily strengthening routine, so I'm tired both mentally and physically. Saber and Fujini are sleeping in a room nearby, but I don't even care right now. I'm just exhausted. I sleep for now and prepare for tomorrow. Come. Am I dreaming? I must have dozed off. My body's asleep, but I can't even lift a finger. This has to be a dream. It's a dark night. There's a weird ringing in my ears. My legs are still asleep, but I'm walking down a hill. Come. It's cold. The wind is stabbing my cheeks. I must still be in my pajamas as the rest of my body is ice cold. This is unusual for Fuyuki. It feels so cold that I ought to wake from the discomfort if this were a dream. Come. I walk through the empty town. The ringing in my ears doesn't stop. Ignoring my shivering body, my feet are moving towards somewhere. I try to scream, but I notice that my throat is frozen. This isn't a dream. This can't be a dream. But I still feel like I'm asleep. My limbs, they aren't following my orders, and they are waking as if and they are walking as if manipulated by something. Come. Oh. This must be the final destination. My feet move faster as they climb up the stone steps. Come on now. Come here, boy. The ringing in my ears turns into a voice. No, that's wrong. The ringing hasn't changed at all. It has been repeating the same word over and over. Come here.
ここまでいらっしゃい、坊や。
What fills the inside of my skull is a female voice full of magical energy. I see the mountain gate. Something's on the other side, and if I cross that gate, I won't come out alive. I don't know what it is, but my hazy mind screams for me to flee right now. Go back. Go back. Go back. Stop. You can still make it. Wake up right now and go back. Wake up, wake up, wake up. Just don't listen to that voice. I'm able to awake. I'm able to wake. My hazy thoughts become clear, and my will finally returns. But it's too late. My limbs still don't obey me as they go through the mountain gate. As they go through the mountain gate. The only certain thing is my mind. My body does not listen to me and walks into the Ryudo temple, not going against the voice. The temple is covered in darkness. In the center stands something with inhuman magical energy. The figure wavers like a heat haze. Hey, caster! A dark shadow that reminds me of a grim reaper strips off the layers of darkness, and the figure turns into a magician, and that one would see in those old fairy tales.
そこで止まりなさい、坊や。
Hi, caster. Hi.
それ以上近づかれると殺してしまうでしょ。
She sneers. It seems that my body is under her control. The feet won't listen. The feet that won't listen to me are at her command. My consciousness wavers. I can't move my own limbs at all, despite the enemy appearing right before me. Yes, that is an enemy. There's no doubt or hesitation. That is a servant, a heroic spirit who excels most in magecraft out of the seven servants. I move my frozen throat with all my might, and somehow manage to glare at my enemy.
その通りよ、坊や。ようこそ私の神殿へ。歓迎するわ、セイバーのマスターさん。
The cool voice is mocking me at the same time. I try to pour strength into my legs, but my body doesn't move at all. Damn it, what the hell am I doing? I've been lured here, and on top of that, I can't move a muscle. I concentrate on my limbs with all my magic, with all my energy. Whatever trick this is, Saber Caster's magecraft is robbing the freedom to control my body. Then, if I can extract her magical energy,
自由になれると思って可愛いこと。そんな方法で私の呪縛を解こうだなんて随分と優しいのね、あなた。
I concentrate everything I have to search for throughout my body. Caster's magical energy. It's seeping into my body to take away the freedom from my limbs. I peer into my own body, but keep my eyes focused straight ahead. It's not that difficult if I stay calm. Every night I focus on finding the magical energy and circuit within me. I just have to repeat that and identify where Caster is poisoning me from. Even if I can't get it out of my body, I can focus it onto one of my limbs so that I can move one. So I can move the other three. What even is this? Caster's magical energy isn't mixed within me. The only tainting element is a small point on my chest. Yet the whole body is acting abnormally. There's nothing wrong with my flowing blood, but the blood vessels themselves are screwed up. It's like my heart is locked up. Is the red spot on my chest Caster's magical energy? My body is completely stripped of its authority with just one word of a curse. So I was cursed by Caster in my sleep. Even if I was asleep, it should be impossible for me to be captured by magecraft that was activated so far away. Mages have resistance. It's the power to repel magecraft effects that hypnotize, bind, or coerce. As long as one is a mage, one cannot be easily manipulated by other mages. It's a fundamental law. Mages have magic circuits. The circuits running through the body don't make magical not only make magical energy, but they have the ability to repel external magical energy. It is difficult to interfere with the bodily functions of someone who has working magical circuits, and it is hard to control even a mage several ranks below oneself. As the magic circuit repels external magical energy, the spell is destroyed before it can be completed. For that reason, indirect magecraft that has those coercive or bind effects has a low success rate. Even if the target is not a mage, the magecraft can be repelled unconsciously if they have a magic circuit. In that regard, an intervention of just attacking with magical energy like Tosaka does, where you make a weapon and in this world an attack after completing the spell, is the most efficient magecraft. Something that strikes physically works on other physical things. Regardless of whether or not someone has a circuit, you bleed if you're cut. That makes this something else entirely. I'm guessing if I were in close proximity, such a spell would work on me. If I had met Caster before somewhere and had a spell cast on me then, it follows that she could affect me from some distance. But I've never met Caster, nor do I recall having a curse cast on me. This is our first meeting. Without moving from here, Caster cast a spell all the way to my house and captured my body. The word witch pops into my head. She can control my body from more than a few kilometers away, which shouldn't be possible if we're both mages. But Castor can manipulate anybody in town without moving from here. My spirit weakens. As the magecraft is complete, there's no way for me to spell it. I can't do anything unless Castor releases me or I get some outside help.
理解できて。あなたを縛っているのは私の魔力ではなく、魔術そのもの。一度成立した魔術は魔力という水では洗い流せない。液体と固体のようなものよ。形を得たものに水をかけても、その形は崩れないでしょ。
Actually, it kind of does if the water. If we're talking ice and water, warm water will actually cause ice to crack. Though that's more the temperature than the actual liquid. The shadow gets closer. The bluish-purple robe melting into the night is sneering.
例えばそうね。あなたたちが編み上げた魔術など、私にしてみれば泥の建造物に過ぎない。そんなもの、かける水流が多く激しければ、形になっていようと簡単に洗い流せる。理解できて？私とあなたたちの違いは、そういう次元の話なのよ。
それでわざわざこんなところまで呼びつけたわけか。
ええ。マスターたちは皆小物だけど、その中でもあなたは飛び抜けて力不足でしたから。
Hey! I mean, you're not wrong, but hey!
何しろ町の人間たちと変わらない高魔力ですもの。そんなマスターを見つけたら、こうして話をしたくなるのは当然でしょ。
She snickers. Demonstratively, she's the superior here, and I'm just the prey. A chill runs through me. She wants to speak to me. Yeah, right. No, she's just gonna kill me.
ほら、また誤解。安心なさい。殺してしまっては魔力を吸い上げられないわ。この町の人間は皆私のものですからね。殺さない程度に生かし続けて、最後の一滴まで差し出してもらわないと。
Her laughter echoes in my ears. I feel as though a missing piece fits inside my head. Did she just say she was going to drain the magical energy from everyone in this town?
お前、無関係な人間に手を出したな。
あら、知らなかったの？あの小娘と手を組んだのだから、当然知っているものと思っていたけど。そう。まだ知らなかったのね、あなた。
Castor's lips curl into a delighted smile, as if she's thinking about how she will cook the prey that she caught.
なら教えてあげる。私、キャスターのサーバントには陣地を作る権利があるのよ。魔術師は工房を持つものでしょ。それと同じよ。私はこの場所に神殿を作ってあなたたちから身を守る。幸いこの土地はサーバントにとって鬼門ですからね。陣地としては優れているし、何より魔力を集めやすい。初めはあまりにもあなたたちの魔力が少なくて加減がつかなかったけれど、今は程よく集められるわ。ほら見えるでしょ。この土地に溜まった数百人分の魔力の貯蔵。うぞうむぞうの人のかけらが。
じゃあ街で起きてる事件はお前が。
ええ、 ここは私の神殿だと言ったでしょ。なら供物を捧げるのは下界でうごめく人間たちの使命ではなくて。
The unknown comet incidents happening in this town. I didn't think it was that many, but she said hundreds of people. If I look closely, in the swirl of magical energy in this temple, it looks as if it's made up of 1,000 souls. I put strength into my limbs, but there's no change, and Castor just stands there mocking me.
さあ、それでは話を済ませてしまいましょうか。あなたもずっとそうしているのは退屈でしょ。
A voice whispers in my ear. At the same time, the enemy that I couldn't see until now fills my vision.
セイバーのマスター。あなたからはそのレイジをもらってあげるわ。セイバーは消すには惜しいサーバントですもの。彼女にはあの目障りなバーサーカーを倒してもらうとしましょう。
Castor raises her arm. A finger inches forward towards my arm. Is that possible? I think Tosaka said that you need to pull out the nerves in order to take command spells.
そうよ。まずはその皮を剥いで、それからレイジを私のマスターに移植する。けれどレイジは所有者の魔術回路と一体化しているでしょ。レイジを剥奪するということは、あなたから神経を引き抜くということでもあるわ。
Casually, Castor speaks of something horrifying as if it were a small talk. Pull out my nerves? So she's going to rip out the nerves in my body? If she does that, I'll...
ええ、正常ではいられなくなるでしょうね。けれど安心なさい。命まで取りはしないから。
I desperately put strength into my limbs to the point that they might get dismembered, but nothing changes. My limbs don't move, and I'm like a prisoner about to be executed. A bewitching sneer. The fingers that glow ominously slowly reach out for my left hand like a crawling spider. Interlude 6-1. How long has it taken for her to notice something is wrong? She wakes from a strange premonition of a spider's web and makes her way to the hallway. At first, she thinks that it might be coming from her master. The abnormality came from Shiromiya's room before snaking outside. Saber sighs, her golden hair swaying. It's good that he's enthusiastic, but his body won't last unless he rests. And when she decides to go warm him, she realizes her own mistake. She confirmed her suspicions and gasps. The abnormality isn't coming from Shira's room. Under the moonlight, a string thinner as her hair runs through the darkness. The single string goes into Shira's room from outside the house. It's so thin that even the bounded field here didn't catch wind of it. There's no time. She transformed it into an armored knight and swiftly heads out. Her feet run through the quiet streets. Nothing will stop her. She knows where she must go. She only has to follow the string, the pulse of her master. All she can do is run as fast as she can. It makes no difference whether her destination is her enemy's territory, nor how many death traps await her. She has sworn to protect her master. Anything that might come is negligible. A mountain contaminated with an abundance of magical energy. Ghosts fly around the sky like crows, and the leaves in the trees are covered in unseen blood. Within the collected magical energy reside these stripped down souls. The stark mountainside will consume those that approach. If there is a place in this world where death is assured, this is unmistakably the perfect example. She enters without hesitation. Such things will not stop her. If this place is hell, then she has to save her master all the more. She runs up the stone stairs. The expected traps and obstacles do not manifest. The mountain gate is already in her sight, and she should reach it with one more step of her magical energy-infused legs. But her advance ends. No, it is halted by an enemy. Hi, assassin! Atop the staircase landing, beneath the eaves of the mountain gate, there stands one servant. His name is Sasaki Kojiro. Did we have that before? The assassin-class servant, the protector of Ryoto Temple, wielder of the long sword Monohoshi-zao. Her mind in unrest, Saber readies her invisible heir. Her master is on the other side of the mountain gate. But the identity of the servant that stands before her is too much of an unknown. Oh yeah, I believe he did give it away right away. In the Fate route, I mean. He does not take a stance, and his hostility seems transparent, pure. She cannot grasp his strength from such a transparent offering. She can see his power as a servant. Assassin is not powerful, so it ought to be easy to maneuver and defeat him, but her instincts tell her otherwise. They tell her that in a duel, she will not best him. Saber clamps down on her anxiety and glares at Assassin. There's only one step up until she can strike the opponent. To move up or down. The moment one of them makes a move, the other will strike with a killing blow. Her final warning. The longsword-wielding swordsman accepts with grace and poise. Her green eyes would but pierce his body for such a foolish question. He must like her reaction. The longsword weaves through the night in an arc. He laughs with the same cool, collected tone.
アサシン
Saber steps up in reply. The longsword swiftly strikes, and Saber's invisible blade intercedes. The sound of the clashing swords echo through the breezy mountaintop. Their skill seems equal, but she has no advantage. It's over, Saber. I have the high ground. Frustration builds. The enemy that she must defeat quickly is actually skill and a great hindrance.
シロどうか
She grits her teeth and prays with all her might. In that moment, excessive thoughts beyond the duel seep into her skull. The battle does not end. The mountain gate is too far away. Castor extends her fingers. I try to fight back, but my body won't move. My limbs aren't responding. My senses are being taken away, and I'm sure she's going to off me.
さよなら坊や。悔やむのなら、その程度の力量でマスターになったことを悔やみなさい。
My body doesn't move at all, and except it's the fingertip of death. I resist the urge to close my eyes and keep glaring at Castor with all my might.
あら、いい子ね。そういう頑張りは嫌いではありませんよ。
Castor snickers at my utmost resistance and puts her finger on my command spells. Even my free will is going numb. In my fading thoughts, I hear the sound of clashing swords from the temple gate behind me. What kind of miracle is this? I hear the sound of dozen of objects splitting the air, followed by numerous arrows piercing the ground in front of me. Castor instantly retreats, her black robe swirling like a spinning top. There are arrows piercing the ground by her feet. 13 of them fired from the direction of the temple gate. They were probably fired in rapid succession, and Castor would have been struck center map had there been one more in the volley. The one who fired stands there on top of atop the gate. The knight in red then jumps to the ground to ground level, his hand empty.
とうに命はないと思ったが、存外にしぶといのだな。
Archer moves to stand before me, as if to protect me.
なんで
Not my idea. That's my master. By the way, she even was like, "It's not like I care about him or anything, Baka."
何？ただの通りがかりだ。あまり気にするな。で、体はどうだ？キャスターの糸なら今ので立ったはずだが。
I check my hand. It moves. My frozen limbs must have regained mobility from that earlier action.
キャスターの呪縛は解けた。けど、
それは結構。あとは好きにしろ。と言いたいところだが、あれに殺されたくなければ、しばらくそこから動かぬことだ。あまり考えなしに動くと、
アーチャーですって？アサシンめ何をしていたの？
そら、見ての通り、八つ当たりを食らうことになる。女の劇場というのは、なかなかに凝しがたい。まったく、少しばかり手荒いことになりそうだ。
Archer laughs. I can't tell how serious he is.
そう怒るな、キャスター。アサシンならば、セイバーと対峙している。あの侍、何者かは知らんが、セイバーを押しとどめるとは、大した剣豪だ。むしろ褒めてやるべきではないか。
Even though he's facing an enemy, there's no tension in his voice or body language at all. Castor must have noticed that and regained her composure.
ふざけたことを。あなたを止められないようでは英雄などとは呼べない。あの男、剣豪を名乗らせるには実力不足です。
ほう、その言いぶり。アサシンが自分の仲間だとでも言いたげだが、いや、そうでなくてはこの状況に説明がつかん。一つの場所に二人のサーバントが今日構えるなどとな。ほう、その言いぶり。アサシンが自分の仲間だとでも言いたげだが、やはり協力し合っているのか、君たちのマスターは。
Castor stares at Archer silently. I can't see her expression well beneath the hood, but she looks as if she's agitated.
今の本当か？アサシンとキャスターのマスターが協力し合ってるって。
ああ、門の外を守るアサシンと門の内に潜むキャスター、この両者が協力関係なのは明白だろう。マスター同士が協力し合うのも珍しいことではない。現にお前とリンとで手を結んでいる。
That's right. Then there are two masters at this Ryoto temple?
何を言い出すかと思えば随分と的外れなことを言うのね、アーチャー。
なんだ、違ったか。参ったな。君たちが仲間だというのは確信だったのだが。
ええ、見当違いも甚だしいわ。仲間ですって？私があの犬と協力し合う？私の手駒に過ぎないあの男と？
What? Her laugh is so out of place that the tense atmosphere disperses. Contrarily, Archer grits his teeth. Something finally comes out. It's not Castor's enmity, nor the swirl of magical energy surrounding the temple. For the first time since he came here, Archer is showing open hostility.
そう、あなたの予感は正しいですよ、アーチャー。私のマスターは誰とも手を組んでなどいないし、アサシンのマスターも同じ。いいえ、そもそもアサシンにマスターなど存在しないのですからね。
Assassin doesn't have a master? What does that mean? Servants cannot exist without a master. Weren't they supposed to disappear if they don't have a supply of magical energy?
キャスター、貴様、ルールを破ったな。
まさかルールを破ってなどいませんわ。だってサーバントを呼び出すのは魔術師でしょ。ならキャスターである私がサーバントを呼び出して何の不都合があるのです？
Yep, Castor is Assassin's master. The witch in black robes proclaims with a sneer. So that means the assassin class servant at the temple gate, it is a heroic spirit summoned by Castor.
サーバントを操るサーバントか。なるほど。ならばこその架空の英雄か。まっとうなマスターに呼び出されなかったアサシンは、本来呼ばれるべき暗殺者以外のものをアサシンにしてしまった。それは構わん。 元となる英霊が誰であろうと敵は倒すのみ。だがそれは貴様の独断ではないのか、キャスター。
聞きましょう。なぜそのような結論が出せるのです、アーチャー。
何、ただの直感だよ。マスターとは魔術師だ。その魔術師が自分より優れた魔術師を使い魔にした場合、そこにあるのはただの主従関係ではあるまい。マスターが自身より優れたキャスターを警戒するのは当然だ。私が貴様のマスターであるのなら魔女に自由など与えない。マスター本人ではなく貴様だけの手足となるサーバントの召喚など強化するはずがない。
それなりの知恵は働くようですね、アーチャー。いいわ。その賢さに免じて今の暴言は聞き流しましょう。
Caster snickers, though she watches as Archer carefully. The only thing between them is enmity. They're about 7 meters apart. With one charge that Archer with the charge that Archer showed at school, he should be able to slash Caster before she even finishes chanting an incantation.
セイバーやランサー、ライダーは強力な対魔力を持っている。ここの男の高魔力など比べ物にならない。次元違いの対魔力だ。彼らにはあらゆる魔術が効きづらい。故に魔術師である君では彼らに太刀打ちできない。となれば策略に走るのは当然だったな。ルールを破り自らの手でアサシンのサーバントを呼ぶ。この土地に今日構え町の人間から魂を収集する。自らは戦わず町中に張った目で戦況を把握する。これだけのことをするのだ。当然自分のマスターは拘束しているのだろうな。ここの間抜けなマスターのようにとっくに操り人形というわけだ。
Hey! I mean, you're not wrong, but hey! She smiles silently. That sends a chill up my spine. She's not only collecting magical energy from people in town, she's even using her own master as her own tool, just like she did to me. Caster is dangerous. She's not a pure threat like Berserker, but those who make the situation worse without showing themselves are always the most problematic in a war.
あなたは正しいわ、アーチャー。けれど私があなたたちにかなわないというのは間違いよ。聖杯戦争に勝つことなんて簡単ですもの。私が手を尽くしているのは単にその後を考えているだけ。あなたたちを恐れて策を浪しているわけではないわ。
ほう。サーバントを倒すのはたやすいと言ったな、キャスター。逃げ回るだけが取り柄の魔女がよく言った。
言ったわ。ここなら私は誰よりも強いもの。バーサーカーやセイバーならいざ知らず、アーチャー程度ではかすり傷さえ負わせられないでしょう。それよりあなたの方こそ逃げる算段を立てなさい。一度目は許した。けれど二度目はなくてよ。私を魔女と呼んだ者には相応の罰を与えます。
I mean, some people would be into that. Caster's robe distorts. Saber's. The magical energy in the air becomes a dense fog covering Caster's body. With that in front of him,
面白い。 かすり傷さえ負わぬと言ったな。
Though he's barely audible, Archer sounds amused.
あなたでは私に触れることさえできないでしょう。
Archer's like, challenge accepted. The Black Shadow responds. The Knight in Red
で
laughs.
は一撃だけ。それで無理なら、あとはセイバーに任せよう。
He flies like a squirrel toward the Black Shadow. The Red Shadow runs. I don't know when he got them, but in Archer's hands are those weapons, twin swords. He does not allow any time for chanting incantations. Archer closes in on Castor before she can extend her arm. He slashes her in half with those twin blades. The robes, cut in half, scatter in the wind. Archer seems disappointed, standing in front of the remains of the enemy he just defeated so easily. It looked disappointing. She talked so big, yet she lost without even attacking him once. Anyone would feel let down. Archer is still gripping the twin swords. A red knight. The black and white sword are magnificent to behold. Strange. My eye really keeps getting drawn to them. Those twin swords. Concho and Bakuya. Archer's preferred twin swords. Their rank as a noble phantasm is C-. They are married sword with a strong bond said to return them to their owner no matter what, even if they are lost due to some kind of trouble. Concho and Bakuya perform well as swords, but they are also useful as magical and ritual weapons. When equipped together, their resistance to both magical and physical attacks improves. There is also a warning against evil engraved on the blades, perhaps reflecting Archer's personal tastes. Crane wings ever intact. Climb Taishan with spirit and skill. Cross the Yellow River with spirit and skill. Dedicate a name to heaven. Let two men share a life. Let two great men share a life. There must be great swords with history, but I don't feel any malice from them. Noble phantasms are supposed to be fantastic weapons, so it only makes sense that they're beautifully crafted. If Saber's sword was visible, I have to imagine it'll likewise be majestic. These swords, however, are different. A sword with the clear purpose of defeating opponents. The sword that was made to leave a mark on history. A sword forged to bypass the skill and craft of another. The sword intended to do some great deed. These blades have none of that. They're nothing like a blade with the famed story or magical lineage. If anything, it seems they were made because someone just wanted to. There's something raw about them, unalloyed even, and made like their creator questioned their own significance. That's what I think those are. Mirrored swords without vanity. Black and white, a swordsmith's awkward representation of yin and yang. I stand captivated because I feel like the way they are is beautiful. Castor's slash body disappears. After seeing it off, the moment Archer looks like he's going to put his weapon away.
ねえねえアーチャー。あなたが本当にその程度だったなんて。
Castor's voice echoes through the desolate temple. Archer leaps. The barrage from earlier is mirrored. Bullets of light come flying from the sky to pierce Archer. And Archer repels them with his twin swords. No. This is different from before. The ground is burnt red. The magical energy compressed within one of those lights is at least 3 times greater than my full capacity. I'm sure even Archer would have half his body blown away if he took a direct hit. He'd be just as like Castor earlier. Except, you know... I look at the sky. The moon is invisible, veiled behind a sea of dark clouds. In the middle of that, a black mage floats as if she reigns over the heavens.
空間転移か固有実制御か。どちらにせよ、この境内ならば魔法の真似事さえ可能ということか。見直したよキャスター。いや、大口を叩くだけはある。
While I'm looking up at Castor, Archer adjusts the grip on his twin swords.
そうですか。私は見下げ果てたわ、アーチャー。使えると思って試してみたけど、結果がこれではアサシン以下よ。
耳に痛いな。次があるのならもう少し気を利かせるが。
Hello.
愚か者に次などありません。あなたはここで消えなさい、アーチャー。
Saber Archer becomes a streak. He takes off at full speed to get clear from Castor in this place.
逃げ切れると思って。
Castor's staff moves. The moment it points at Archer, something absurd flashes before my eyes. No one can hear me say no way. Castor's attack is like a deluge of rain. The light that streaks down is like a bombing raid. Each spell is a death blow, and Castor rains them down uninhibited. I may be green at this, but even I can tell how off the chart this magecraft is. This is more like grand magecraft. Something like that requires a mage circle and a 10 count and instant contract. An incantation of at least 10 lines. Because Grand Magecraft is powerful, it requires more time to cast it. A normal mage would take a minute to cast such Magecraft. Even a mage that uses high-speed incantation would take 30 seconds. But she did it in an instant. She didn't even need an incantation and just pointed her staff. She's just using it continuously. I can't even think of anyone who would compare.
A ランクの魔術をここまで連発するとは。よほど魔力を溜め込んだな。
Yeah, insurance ain't gonna cover this temple, lady. She must have decided that she can't avoid. He must have decided that he can't avoid them all anymore, as Archer sprints while deflecting them with his twin swords. Archer makes for the exit, but changes course halfway there, as if he just remembered something. Archer charges toward me with a fierce look. Huh? That makes me realize the place I'm standing is no longer safe. You just realized that now? I'm already in range of the Rain of Light. Archer makes towards me. The moment I try to jump back to avoid him, my body is flying through the air. I try to shake him off reflexively. You gotta be shitting me. Archer's now carrying me? Archer must be wound up, as his words make no sense. But even though, he saved me, I just can't graciously accept. I think you might need to rethink that right now. No, more than that, I can't bear being a hindrance to him. Archer should have been able to escape by now if it was just himself. But the exit is farther now that he saved me. Archer running around the temple must be an easy target for Castor, who is above us. Then, Archer drop kicks me. I tumble onto the ground. He must have kicked me hard, as I flew at least 5 meters. I endure the pain and get up. Archer is still. The Rain of Light bullet has stopped. All that remains is a feeling of cold that hurts my ears. I finally get my bearings. The very air around Archer is frozen.
気分はどうかしら、アーチャー。いかに三騎士といえど、空間そのものを固定化されていては動けないのではなくて？
Castor's triumphant voice. Archer must not be able to talk. It's like time has stopped for him.
これで爪のようね。外にはセーバーもいることですし、これ以上あなたにかける時間はないわ。どこの英雄だったかは知らないけど、これでお別れよ、あっちゃ。
Castor raises her left hand. From that hand, the light bullet of instant death is dropped. But before that, Archer murmurs something.
何かしら、あっちゃ。命乞いなら聞いてあげても。
と言ったのだ、キャスター。
His tone is filled with irritation. I try to make out what he's saying, and...
たわけ、かわせと言ったのだ、キャスター。
Archer leaps away. He must have broken the frozen space with force. With the sound of breaking glass, Archer flashes out of sight. Distracted by Archer's angry shout, Castor is baffled. And then, to either side of her, a flash of black and white converge on her. Castor's robe tears. She must have been given just enough warning from Archer's shout to narrowly escapes the attack. It should not need explaining, but it's Archer's blades that fly by. It was in an instant. Archer threw the twin swords to the side, and when he kicked me and got caught in the freezing spell. The blades boomeranged through the sky and made an arc back towards Castor. I'm left speechless. Castor too. The Red Knight leaps back into view and calls checkmate. He kneels on the ground and aims his bow toward the sky. His target is Castor. And the arrow that he knocked does the same magical blade that he shot at Berserker. Archer's voice shakes the air. Castor weaves an urgent incantation, but having clearly anticipated that, Archer shoots an arrow. Is that his noble phantasm? The released arrow twists space itself. Castor's moan fills the air. The tornado-like arrow easily penetrated Castor's defense. Most likely, guessing from the distortion, I bet Castor would have been twisted along with space itself if she had teleported. Even then, Castor is still alive. The black robe has scattered, and the body underneath the robe has numerous cuts. Castor is using all her magical energy to regenerate, but I'm sure she would have died instantly without a chance to heal had it been a direct hit. Yeah. Archer's shot did not land a direct hit. The arrow was released into empty space away from Castor, and her barrier protection was destroyed from the aftermath. The arrow missed. No, that's wrong. He did not miss. He deliberately did not hit her. That is two different things. I don't know what his intentions are. Though he had the chance to finish her off, for whatever reason, Archer let her go. Stillness returns to the temple. Archer remains in front of me while Castor floats down, glaring at Archer all the while. That last attack must have taken a lot out of him, as I can sense that Archer's magical energy is low. That goes for Castor as well. Although it missed, Archer's attack scraped away most of Castor's body and magical energy. Even if there was a big pool of magical energy here, it's useless if Castor is too injured to collect. Castor lands, dispirited. She seems to have managed to reform her body, but she's running on empty inside. It should be impossible to continue fighting. Castor stares at us with breathing heavily. For some reason, and she seems to be comparing the both of us.
今の一撃、なぜ外したのです?
The demoralization in her the demoralization is in her voice as well. Archer shrugs as if to say it should be obvious.
いや、試すのは一撃だけと言っただろう。初めの一撃はかわされたからな。その後はただのおまけだ。なんだ、それともまさか約束を違えても当ててほしかったのか？
He's crazy.
では私を殺す気はなかったと？
つい挑発に乗っただけだ。私の目的はそこの男にあったからな。他のサーバントと戦うなど予定にはなかった。
He really didn't seem to come here with any hostility at first.
そう。どうやら私と戦いに来たというわけではなかったよね、アーチャー。
ああ、そこの男が腰抜けなのと同じでね。不必要な戦いは避けるのが主義だ。
I don't really see that as cowardice, but okay.
剣を取るときは必勝の好機であり、必殺を誓ったときのみだ。意味のない殺生は苦手でな。
I don't know what's so funny, but Castor gives a hearty laugh.
そう。ならあなたたちは似た者同士ということ？
はあ？
We reply in unison. Similar, me and that guy? What makes her say that?
違うのかしら。あなたたちは無益な殺生が嫌なのでしょ？そこの坊やは私のような無関係な人間を糧にするサーバントが許せない。あなたは無意味な殺戮は好まない。ほら、全く同じじゃない。だから手を組んでいるのではなくて？
どうしてそんなふざけた結論になる？お前目が腐ってるぞ。誰がこんな奴と一緒なもんか。
同感だ。平和主義者なのは同じだが、根本が大きく異なる。厄介事は早めに片付けるのが私の方針だ。この男のようにいつまでも悩んだりはしない。
Hey!
何が平和主義者だ。俺は忘れてないぞ。お前はバーサーカーと一緒にセイバーを狙ったんだ。セイバー一人に戦わせて自分は安全なところにいたくせに。
I mean, he's an archer.
仕方なかろう。あの時はまだ共闘関係ではなかった。セイバーの安全よりバーサーカーを倒すことが優先されただけだ。それとも何か目に映るもの全てを助けろなどというのではあるまいな。ならばバーサーカーとて倒す対象にはならないか。
We glare at each other. Man, I really don't get along with this guy. Why does everything he say get on my nerves? Meanwhile, Castor's laugh is even more amused as that she looks behind us.
気に入ったわ。あなたたちは力もそのあり方も希少よ。敵に回してしまうのは惜しい。
My head tilts in confusion. Archer looks away from me and glares at Castor.
ちょっと待て。何が言いたいんだ、お前。
わからない？私と手を組みなさいと言っているのよ。私なら今のパートナーより優れたものを用意できるわ。坊やにはセイバー以上のサーバントを。アーチャーは今のマスターより優れた魔術師と契約できる。
My mind grinds to a halt. I question her sanity and seriousness.
悪い話ではないはずよ。私にはこの戦いを終わらせる用意がある。言ったでしょ？勝つことなんてたやすいと。どう？ 生き残りたいのなら私に従うべきじゃなくて。
Let's kind of ignore the fact that she got murked in the last route. There's not even an option here. I decided to fight to stop those who involve innocent people. As such, I can't accept the offer of someone like her.
断る。俺はお前みたいな魔女とは手を組まない。
That's all there is to it. It should be obvious where I'd stand. I can't ally myself with a servant, nor can I betray any of those I'm already partnered with. I'm going to fight alongside Saber and Archer. And Archer would also never betray Tosaka. Wait. This guy, he's hesitating.
あーちゃん、お前。
拒否する。君の力を借りる理由がない。それ以前に君の陣営はいささか戦力不足だ。いかに勢力を伸ばそうとバーサーカー一人に及ばない。まだ組みするほどの条件ではないな。
I sigh with relief. I had a bad feeling, but he's not like that. I hate him, but he's firm on his beliefs.
そう。交渉は決裂ということ。
そうだ。だがここで君と戦う気はない。この場に居合わせたのは私の独断でね。マスターの命令ではないから君を撃つ理由はない。ここは痛み分けということで手を打たないか。
I doubt my own ears. Did he just say he's going to let Castor go?
意外ね。あなたのマスターは私を追っていたでしょ。なのにあなたは私を見逃すというの。
ああ、お前がここで何人殺そうが知らん。それは私には預かり知らぬことだ。
あら、ひどい男。毒は使いようということ？
私のマスターはマスター殺しに精力的でなくてね。その分お前が他のマスターを潰してくれるのなら何かと助かる。この戦いの決着はその後でも遅くはあるまい。
Hold on, Castor.
待て、キャサ
Castor seemed... that came out oddly late. Castor seemed to have accepted Archer's proposal as she turns around. I run to Castor as she moves to vanish, but Archer stops me.
バカカキ様、追えば確実に死ぬぞ。
He says indifferently. Though true, his words make me feel so furious as I make myself nauseous. I stop. Castor's black gown flutters in the wind and disappears like magic. She's gone. Only Archer and I remain on the temple grounds. Seeing him gets on my nerves. He saved me twice today. Castor would have taken my command spells if it weren't for him, and I'm sure I would have died from that deluge of light. But this is different. I can't forgive him for letting Castor go.
なんでキャスターを逃がした？
戦う時ではなかったからだ。ここで切り伏せたところで、あれはすぐさま逃げおせただろう。今の空間転移、見逃したわけではあるまい。
That's true. We wouldn't be able to capture Castor if she really wanted to get away. On top of that, the temple is Castor's territory. She's a witch. Even if she was weakened, I'm sure she would have at least one or two tricks up her sleeve.
理解できたらしいな。キャスターを倒すのならマスターが先なのだ。いかに空間を飛んで逃れようが、よりしろであるマスターが倒されればキャスターとて 消えざるを得ないからな。
Going for the master and not the servant. That is the safest, most sure approach in the Holy Grail
それ
War.
は分かってる。けど、だからって見逃すのか。街で起きてる事件は全部あいつの仕業なんだろう。キャスターを止めない限り犠牲者は出続ける。俺はそんなのを放っておくなんてできない。
なぜ？お前自身が傷つくことではあるまい。むしろ奴にはこのまま続けてもらいたいぐらいだ。キャスターは人々から正気を吸い上げ、その力でバーサーカーを倒す。私たちはその後でキャスターを倒せばいい。私とリンはキャスターは倒せるが、バーサーカーには及ばないのでな。バーサーカーを倒すまでキャスターには好きにさせておくさ。
My face heats up. Blood rushes to my head and I want to punch him.
ふざけるな。遠坂、そんな方針は取らない。
そうだな。だからこそキャスターには手早くことを済ませてほしいものだ。リンがキャスターに追いつけば対決は避けられない。その前にキャスターがバーサーカーを退治してくれれば理想的だ。何人犠牲になるかは知らんが、それでバーサーカーが倒せるのならば安いものだろう。人間など結局は死ぬ生き物。誰にどう殺されようが結果的には変わるまい。キャスターも手ぬるい。いっそ魔力だけでなく命まで奪ってしまえばよいもの。街中の人間が死に絶えれば少しは戦いやすくなる。私のマスターも根は甘いからな。そうなればもはやなりふりなどに構ってはいられまい。
The Red Knight smiles dryly. He sounds amused. He feels like people living. He feels the people living here are in the way. He's saying the same thing as Caster.
ああ、お前も知っての通り、リンは形式にこだわるタイプでね。魔術師としては申し分ないが、マスターとしては汚さに欠ける。そうだな。彼女がキャスターのようになってくれれば、私もここまで苦労はしないのだが。
お前！
I punch Archer in his face. Well, I punch in that general direction, but he easily avoids it.
何をする？私たちは協力関係ではなかったか？
ふざけるな。俺はお前とは違う。勝つために、結果のために周りを犠牲にするなんて、そんなこと絶対にするものか。
それは私も同じだ、エミヤシロ。だが、全ての人間を救うことはできまい。例えば、キャスターが聖杯を手に入れてしまえば、被害はこの町だけにとどまるまい。それは、イリアスフィールも他のマスターも同じだ。聖杯を私利私欲で使わぬマスターは、私が知る限り、お前とリンだけだからな。故に、私たちが勝利しなければ、被害はさらに大きくなる。ならば、この町の人間には犠牲になってもらい、私たちの役に立ってもらうしかあるまい。その結果で被害を抑えられるのなら、お前の方針と同じだろうさ。
I feel numb. He doesn't need to explain it. I can't save everyone. Kuretsuga always said that. So I should be over it, but it's just the way that he says it that pisses me off.
無関係な人間を巻き込みたくないと言ったな。ならば認めろ。一人も殺さないなどという方法では結局誰も救えない。キャスターの言う通り、残念ながら私たちは似た者同士だ。犠牲者を出したくないというのなら協力し合うしかあるまい。
違う。俺はお前なんかとは組まない。 お前なんて絶対に認めない。
そうか。お前が信じたものはリンだけだったな。
I turn my back to Archer. I'm different than him. I can't let Castor be, so there's only one course of action.
まさかキャスターを追うつもりか。
I ignore him and start walking. My destination is inside the temple. If this is Castor's territory, then our workshop is inside the
信
temple.
じられんな。お前一人ではキャスターにかなうべくもない。命が惜しいのならやめておけ。
Archer follows, complaining the entire way.
せっかく助けてやった命を無駄にするのか。それは構わんが、せめて感謝の一言でも残したらどうだ。先ほどの女性は私なりの行為だったのだがね。命の恩人とまではいかないが、視線を共にくぐり抜けた友人ぐらいにはありがたがってほしいものだ。
Man, he really gets on my
うる
nerves.
さい。誰がお前なんかに友情を感じるもんか。いいからさっさと遠坂のところに帰れ。頼まれたってお前の手助けなんていらないんだから。
I turn away and head toward the temple without looking back for good this time. There,
そうか。懐かれなくて何よりだ。
I feel a chilling premonition of death. Before I can fully manage to leap out of the way, Archer brings a sword down on me. He cuts me at the shoulder. My blood comes pouring out, and I feel like I'll pass out at the moment my focus wavers. The pain's so sharp that I feel like my skin and muscles are burning. I back away with wobbly steps. I can't even flee. All my remaining strength is sapped, and it's all it's all I can do to remain on my feet.
外したか。さっき抑えきれなかった私の落ち度か。とっさに反応したお前の起点か。まあ、どちらでも構わないが。
Archer walks towards me with his sword covered in blood. I'll be killed. My instinct is that I'm going to die, and my feet struggle to move. The temple's exit. I stagger towards the stairs beyond the mountain gate and retreat back. He must know that this is a fatal wound. His steps are unhurried. Everything is going fuzzy. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't even recall why I'm fleeing or why I was cut to begin with. I feel like my thoughts and memory are following the blood dripping from my body. Maybe I'm still conscious because of that sword he's holding. The white sword. The plain blade holds my attention and keeps me from closing my eyes. But it comes to an end. The mountain blade is right behind me. The mountain gate is right behind me. The stairs are right there, but I can't even turn around. The moment I do, I'm sure Archer will split me in two.
最後だ。戦う意義のないエミやシロはここで死ぬ。
He raises his blade. The white yin sword is like a guillotine.
自分のためではなく誰かのために戦うなどただの偽善だ。お前が望むものは勝利ではなく平和だろう。そんなものこの世のどこにもありはしないというのにな。
Even as my consciousness fades, I feel defiant. But both my body and my mind are at their limit.
さらばだ。理想を抱いて溺死しろ。
His voice is filled with hatred. He swings the yin sword at Bakia. Once more, the blade slashes at me, this time to sever my very life. But right before that, with only the thought of defying his words, I jump backwards without thinking of the consequences. His sword cuts the air, and my body flies through the air. The bottomless darkness is behind me. What a horrible sound. My body crashes onto the stonework. When it rolls down the then it rolls down the mountain stairs. I hear an unfamiliar voice near me. I also hear a familiar voice. My vision is almost gone. I attempt to lift my body, but I can only collapse in a heap back to Earth. Is that Saber? Saber supports my body and speaks urgently. But that's bad. I don't know their identity, but the other unknown servant is nearby. If she's tending to me, it leaves her wide open for an attack. She must have realized mid-sentence. She looks back at the servant behind her. Saber tilts her head, unable to grasp the enemy's true intentions.
その横顔に見とれただけよ。果たし合う顔も良かったが、今の張り詰めようも捨てがたくてな。ついめでてしまったのだ。
Is that a kimono? The servant dressed anachronistically turns his back towards us.
今宵はこれで十分。立ち去るがいい、セイバー。
私たちを見逃すというのか、アサシ。
そうだ。この続き、いずれ果たすというのなら見逃そう。今のお前では満足な戦いは望めまい。私とてそれは惜しい。
Saber glares at Assassin. An assassin stares calmly at Saber. Their stare down lasts for a few seconds. After the scene ends, we're going to end stream. Saber takes me in her arms and heads down the stairs. However, I see the knight in red following us down the mountain gate, determined not to let me go. Saber said as in wonder. He said that he kills when he can ensure it. If he's a man of his word, he can't leave me here alive. Let me leave here alive. If he swung his sword trying to kill me, I'm sure he will do whatever he can to kill me now. The red cloak flutters like a feather, and it doesn't matter whether Saber is here or not. Archer jumps down and slashes his sword at me. Swords clash. A counterattack with like a flash of light. The intercepting blade parries Archer's sword and makes for his neck as he hangs in midair. Archer twists his body and lands. The knight in red is blocked by the servant in a kimono and cannot pass down the stairs. Archer readies his twin sword and faces the assassin-class servant. With that in front of him, Assassin adjusts his hold on his sword as if nothing happened. His voice is oddly pleasant. I don't know what his goal is, but he really intends to let us leave.
加えて私の役割はここの門番だ。生きては倒産し、生きては返さん。雪は見逃したが、帰りは別だ。いささか雅さにかける首だが、今宵はそれで収めるとしよう。
He intends to go for the kill. Assassin's fighting spirit is as sharp as his longsword. There's no dominating presence like Archer or Saber, where everything feels involved. He has a sharpened razor edge that precisely aims for the neck.
よく言った。セイバーに傷一つつけられなかったキャスターの手駒風情が。この俺と戦うと貴様こそあのメギツネを驚かせようと送ったというのに我が身可愛さで逃げ帰るとは失望したぞ。
Their confrontation is short. Both parties demonstrate fantastic swordplay. I'm captivated by what I see. To be honest, I can't even make out Assassin's sword technique. I'm not used to swordplay, but I can make heads or tails out of it. It's too swift and deadly. The contrast is what makes me so fascinated. Dancing twin blades, Archer manages to defend himself against such inhuman ability, but his techniques look like something even I could do someday. I don't like it, but you could say I'm impressed. He's fighting against Assassin's magical sword techniques acquired by the experience and sheer force of will rather than talent. Damn it, it's obvious that he's strong. It's a different strength than Tosaka or Saber. All the training he went through because he's not extraordinary. I bet he didn't have anything. So with his limited resources, he trained his heart out and got to that level. Saber's voice brings me back to reality. We leave Ryoto Temple and with Saber carrying me. Assassin and Archer's swordplay echoes behind us without pause. Clairvoyancy, how good one's vision is, improvement of dynamic to capture distant targets. Higher rank and can even make clairvoyance and foresight possible. Mind's eye true, the insight accumulated from practice and training, the logic of battle that can grasp one's mind, one's own situation and enemy ability, and figure out the remaining means of survival of a predicament. If there is even a 1% chance of turning things around, then the opportunity to carry out that plan will come. And yeah, Master Caster. But we're going to leave it there for today. All right, then. Well, we made some decent progress there. We progressed the story and had our first encounter with Castor. And what is going on with Archer? We'll just have to find out next time. So, yeah, let us set up a raid. We're going to raid Robin, who is playing Jump King. All right, then. So thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. If you're watching on YouTube, please leave a like and follow, and all that, and a comment, all that stuff. Like, subscribe, and comment. And all that stuff. I upload all my stuff there. Yeah. Tomorrow we will be continuing Persona 3 Reload. And I have done the grinding. Not as much as I would have liked, but I have done the grinding. So we will be doing it. No substitutes. So hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.